Hello everyone. Sorry that it took a second. I was checking something before starting, and it took me longer than I thought it would take me. I have good news. There are no clowns in this one yet. That's the only thing that I check. I check if there would be clowns. There's no clowns here. We're safe of clowns for now. Cake! I want cake.
Samson
And Judy's Bake and Bow.
I don't know how I feel about this. I respect the guy with the afro. Having an afro is difficult. Daddy Edward! Oh no, it's a flashback case. It's always a flashback case. April 2, 10:05 a.m. Zodiac Hall. Fountain Room. Oh no, Zodiac Hall? Are we gonna meet the Zodiac Killer? God fucking damn it. I didn't want to see the Zodiac Killer. Well, Fender, are you finally going to tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an art gallery of all places? Not that I dislike the art galleries, but this is the kind of thing that I would do with my boyfriend. And you're not my boyfriend last time I checked. You were like my dad's boyfriend, kinda. Hey, you had nothing going on. You don't know that. I could have had a date with my boyfriend. Seemed like the perfect chance to come and enjoy the magic of star sign stuff together. I'm leaving. Would be doing this with my boyfriend. Chill, big guy, I'm just joking! You know about the IS-7 incident, yeah? Your old man's last case before he got offed by Von Karma. Of course, Von Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. Now that I think back to it, I'm not surprised that he killed my dad. All of the grooming and trauma makes a lot of sense in context. And I reviewed them again last night after your invite. See? I have them right here. I was also present at the trial all those years ago, although my memories of it are somewhat hazy. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Gregory Edward, attorney at law, and opposite him... that old bitch! The man who would become my mentor, man from Von Karma. It was quite a case. However, it ended with the conviction of the accused. Ah, so you were there too! You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing. Well, I'll make explaining things easier. I want you to know something, see? That something being what really went down, not the truth in those files, but the capital T true. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow. It looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. The things weren't so innocent behind those frozen doors. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. This was back before yours truly was a fine figure of an attorney you see before you today. 18 years ago. December 24th, 5 p.m. Detention Center. The visitor's room. Are we gonna be in black and white the entire time wearing the flashback? Oh, thank God we're not gonna be in black and white the entire time. Hey, Mr. E! This one really came out of the blue, huh? It did. We were calling before the ink on the arrest paper were even dry. My name is Gregory Edward. I'm a defense attorney. I'm here visiting a client with my assistant, the defender. I am saying this out loud rather than thinking it for some reason. A murder on Christmas Eve. What's the world coming to? You know how many people die during the holidays, sweetie? Regularly from accidents, but like people get killed in the holidays a lot, just saying. In the dark of the night, at the end of the day, I saw two timely saviors that coming my way. Oh, it's you. Welcome, my friends, to the visitor's room. And if we're not friends yet, I'm sure we will be soon. Whoa, talk about an entrance. I was not expecting that. Why is it... why is the guard doing jazz hands? He's doing jazz hands. Guard, why are you... Guard, you're not supposed to do jazz hands. You're supposed to be guarding the door. That's your job. God. Neither was I. Sorry if I surprised you. I'm just so happy to see you both. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. You're the accused, I take it? I am. Gregory Edward, attorney at law, at your service. I look forward to representing you. Ooh, senior partner. Wait, it's Edward and Co. law offices. Wouldn't that make you the, you know, the head of, like, yeah, you're the senior partner, but, like, wouldn't you have founded the thing? I don't know if senior partner is the right thing to call you. This is my assistant, a defender. Pleased to meet you, sir. I do everything I can to help. Come on, come now, Edward. Calm down, please. You have to forgive him. He's still new to this. He hasn't even he hasn't seen a corpse yet. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from fully fledged lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars of this case. Gregory and Eddie, it's an honor to meet you both. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. And then if I happen to just have like a client that is guilty, well, then I'll see what the fuck I do. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he is truly innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself. Liz Moe, old man. It's like, I would argue it's Moe, but it's like a very, very different flavor of Moe. What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. I'm Samson Tangaroa. Ah, it really is you? Samson Tangaroa, the world's greatest confectioner? Oh, it's like this world's version of the chocolate guy, except it's for cake instead of chocolate. You flatter me, my young friend. Are you also French? Should I give you a French accent? I'm really bad at doing French accents. And call me Samson. All my pals do. Whoa, thanks Samson, I will. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. It seems that he knows something of her client. Mr. E is the Samson Tangaroa, the singing, dancing, confectionery making sensation. I think he's Spaniard. God damn it, I'm not good at Spaniard accents. But that's because, like, Spaniard accents are very like, if you speak the language of another person who has a different accent, I promise you it's a lot harder to make the accent work. Because you're just, like, mentally switching back to your usual speaking. And all of the Spaniard accents that I know of is entirely in Spanish, so... No, I don't think I can do a Spaniard accent. This sucks. I've never seen a Spaniard accent though. Not... What shall we make today, kids? Oh my god, I'm not gonna sing. No, I've done enough. Eddie, stop doing this. Edward, like, Gregory's just sitting there like, what the fuck did I get involved into? I almost started dancing along. God damn it, Gregory, calm down! No way! I got to sing with Simon Tangaroa. This is a dream come true! Thanks, little pal. It means a lot to hear you say that. Gregory's honest reaction to that, yeah. My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. The fact that, like, you're in jail, in a holding cell, for a crime that you might or might not have committed. Of course, I'm sure you're both very busy. Alright, where would you like me to start? Let's see, what do we have? Oh, defense attorney, but... Oh, I never checked the number there. Is it just one number here on the back? That's right, the number itself doesn't mean much, of course. Well, if it doesn't really matter, then I want mine to be a string of repeating digits. I'd actually pay to see that. Something, Gregory doing the exact same thing as Phoenix and just showing his attorney's badge to everyone. So you're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and a dancer? I sure am. When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving. I almost really enjoy making desserts. I wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that will bring joy to others. Hey, they're not just things, they're works of art. Sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations. That's the stuff of dreams that dreams are made of. So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? It's just like the chocolate guy. You know the one. You know the chocolate guy. We all know the chocolate guy. Fucking French. I understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion. It did. I mean, I'm pretty sure that his school is in Florida. No, it was in Las Vegas. I believe it, like, the place where his teaching classes is in Las Vegas, but still. The chocolate guy, I mean. We were holding an international confectionery contest there when a body was found inside of one of my creations. Oh no! No, not the corpse in the cake! The cake is ruined! Oh god, he does chocolate! Inside one of your... No way! God, it is the chocolate guy. But like with an afro and shit. And not French. The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it, and now here I am. But I could never take a life. Never. I'm sure the police will see that too in time. They'll realize their mistake. I sure hope so. And what can you tell us about the victim? His name is Artie Frost. Dude. He was taking part in the contest. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were things of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. Mr. Tangaroa, there's just one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? Correct. I swear to you, I didn't do it. Like I told you, I could never take a life. Never. He seems quite sincere. Alright, I'm going to take you at your word. Thank you for being so forward with me. Likewise. It's good to talk to somebody other than those detectives. They're kind of rude. They don't like my cakes, which I guess it makes sense when there was a corpse in one of them. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Goodbye. God damn it, stop singing. I'm counting on you both. Sure, think you are. December 24, 6 p.m. Contents venue. Fountain room. It's pretty good out there, huh, Mr. E? I never saw so much snow. Yes, and it doesn't seem like it will be letting up anytime soon. But just look at this place. What a sweet house Samson's got. It's huge. Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less. This is his house? Welcome, welcome everyone. Come on in, we'll have some fun. Oh no. Are you alright? I'm sorry. Do you happen to be Mr. Gregory Edward by any chance? I would. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a defender, Mr. Edward's assistant. Mr. Edward, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode. Judy Bound, it's an honor to meet you both. Yeah. Wait, is her name like... Is her name like a pun on jury bound? Like when you get called for jury duty? I'm the housekeeper here. I'm Mr. Tangara's assistant. You're no housekeeper. You're Judy Bound, the Judy Bound. Know a little something of my work. A little? I want you to be every chance I get. I still prefer Raymond Shield instead of Eddie Fender. Raymond Shield is good. Eddie Fender is hilarious to me because it's like, yeah, it's just a play on the Fender. We get it. It's just a play on the Fender. Like, I feel it's a little more obvious with that than Raymond Shield. Which, like, it's Ace Attorney. You know, the names are supposed to be annoyingly obvious. Not everything needs to be a pun, but I like when they're puns. Ace Attorney is one of the few games that actually puts in the effort when it comes to translating names. I appreciate that they do just puns everywhere. I feel like they're nice. They're silly. I appreciate the silly. I'm Bacon Pop's biggest fan! It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans. Like, it's the one thing that I have to give, no matter what, to the Ace Attorney translation. They actually give a lot of shits about actually translating a lot of the nuance of what the game does as far as like names and stuff goes. Because there's a lot of that in Japanese. Like, all the names are puns in Japanese, to my understanding. So, like, they try to do what best they can with that, considering it's mostly untranslatable. And, I don't know, I feel like the puns are pretty good. Like, Eustace Winner works for me, for example, because, like, Winner is the last name of someone who would be absolutely annoying. You tell me of a guy that is called Eustace Winner, and I'm gonna say that sounds like an annoying piece of shit. Just by the name alone. It's the name of an annoying piece of shit. It works. Eddie Fender, maybe not that much, but like it is a pun on the Fender, so it still kind of keeps the original meaning, and it doesn't sound bad. It's just a lot more on the nose. And what might Bacon Bob be? It's only the biggest show on TV! Every kid on the planet loves it. The dynamic duo of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff, all while singing and dancing. Like this, check it out! Oh god, are you gonna start with a musical number again? Oh god, they're doing it again. Eddie, you're like 18. Why are you obsessed with a show for kids? Well... Actually, why am I complaining? Edward has an obsession with the Steel Samurai. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Fender. Bravo! I dance along every time I watch the show. Eddie. Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later. Aww. He cares so much about his son. Seriously though, how old are you, Eddie? You're 18, come on. Well, that this doesn't really take it out of a guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm the world's worst hostess. Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea. That looks like the most uncomfortable tea set in the world. Like this, like imagine drinking tea from like a star-shaped cup like that. That looks uncomfortable. Like I'm surprised you don't spill tea everywhere. This is Ceylon, correct? It's delicious. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall. What is this? Kemono tea time? Interesting, so this is what Ceylon tea tastes like, huh? How odd. The saucer's cold. Yes, it's so that the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. Some of our guests don't like it too hot. I see. These tea cups are very unique too. Incredibly uncomfortable. The scent is really something. You think so? Thank you so much. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favorite. Why would the French make bad teacups? Like, the French are famous for being like good artisans. Like, there's entire history related to that. It goes back to Versailles. Versailles. Like, I can go on history about that. I actually really care. It all starts with Louis XIV. I'm not gonna go on a vendor, on a history vendor just talking about Louis XIV. I'm not gonna do it, but like, there's a lot there, okay? That looks like shoddy craftsmanship, and I don't believe that of the French. I believe a lot of things of the French, but not that. They were designed by a marvelous sculptor named Paul Halik. Have you heard of him? He makes the most amazing tableware in the world. That looks uncomfortable as shit. Like, taking tea or any kind of liquid from like a square cup is already uncomfortable. From a star-shaped cup? What are you talking about? That shit looks like the kind of stuff you would put a candle in. Not liquids that you would drink. You're clearly a fan of his work. Oh, I am. These teacups are my greatest treasure. She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier? Of course. I'm sorry for getting so distracted. I guess I'm still in shock. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see. You discovered the victim. Is it true that the body was recovered from inside one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations? It is. We were in the middle of the contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something being collapsing coming from Samson's room. Samson? Are you in here? I opened the door and went inside and there was Mr. Frost's body. Thank you. I'm sorry to make your relief such a dramatic experience. Think nothing of it, please. I only wish I had more to tell you. Now, if you don't mind, Miss Wound, I'd like to begin our investigations of the crime scene. Is the teapot supposed to be a moon? How the I hate it. Oh, Mr. Edward, Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. He's no murderer. He could never do something like that. Of course. Leave it to us, Miss Brown. Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others at tea then. Eddie, to the scene of the crime. Yes, sir, Mr. E. Time to move to the chocolate. Oh my god, it is the chocolate guy. Also, Baddy's there. Hi, Bad. But yeah, it's like the chocolate guy. Like that entire thing is probably made of chocolate. God damn, it's the chocolate guy. Anyway, December 24, contest venue, Tangaroa's room. No way, everything in this room is made of chocolate! He's a chocolate guy. I can't believe I get to see so many of Samson's creations this up close and personal. I might be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene. Just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my spine. That might just be the temperature in here, it's rather cold. Well, yeah, it has to be cold to keep the chocolate in place. Otherwise it melts. That's how chocolate works. Yeah, now that you mention it, is pretty shit. Defense on the scene already. That was fast. A pleasure to meet you, Gregory Edward. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Nice to meet you. Bad. Detective Tyrell Bad. This is before I got in trouble with the law. And also I got grey. Don't ask how I got grey. It was the age. The detective in charge is named Bad, a man of few words. Something about this just doesn't taste right. You're eating your notepaper. Please tell me it is at least edible notepaper. He likes to chew on his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. It helps him digest, to digest and remember them. I don't know how it works. That's kinda fucked up. Yeah, I know. It's a little quirk of his, please try to ignore it. Although I'd be the first to admit that's easier said than done. With introductions out of the way, Detective Bad, would you mind if we join you investigating the scene? Sorry, not gonna happen. Come, Mr. Tangaroa's attorney. Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get him off the hook, even put words in the client's mouths. You think I need that on my crime scene? I don't trust you fuckos. Mr. Edward would never do something like that. I don't trust attorneys. Okay, kid? I only trust 2 people. Well, actually, I trust more than 2 people. I know, actually, now that I think about it, there's one person I don't trust anymore, but that's gonna happen later. That fucking bitch. Don't worry about it. Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on an investigation of the crime scene, correct? That's usually how it works, yeah. What of it? Then extend me the same courtesy. I believe he's innocent and I would like the chance to prove it. You believe he's innocent? You didn't even see the scene yet. That's some flimsy lawyering. I kinda like you though. That's exactly why I wish to see the scene for myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. I guess you got a point. You're about to tell me you're not leaving until I let you look over the scene. I am. Fine, knock yourself out. But I'm not gonna help you more than that. I wanna get back to my wife at a reasonable hour, and you're not helping. Thank you, detective. But I'm coming around with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. You're all a bunch of idiots. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything else. Don't worry about it. I was gonna call you bitches, actually. If you're good with that, go ahead and get to it. That was a lollipop this whole time! I must admit I didn't see that coming either. So this is what it feels when you play the first investigations game by yourself, without any knowledge of it, for the first time. We'd better get started then. I'll need you to take notes, Eddie. On it, Mr. E! Let's get this over with. I really do want to get home at a reasonable hour. I'm waiting to see my shows. Don't ask me when my shows are. This is a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. You think one of them could be the murder weapon? No, they're all made out of chocolate. Unless the person is allergic to chocolate, it's not gonna work. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning someone to death with one of them. I mean, I don't know. Have you seen that chair that the chocolate guy did that actually could hold his weight? I think you could bludgeon like someone with a piece of chocolate like that. It would take a lot of work, but it could definitely work. Can't tell what's real in here. It's like that one TV show where they make the salaryman eat the chocolate. Or, well, eat the objects that might or might not be chocolate to check if they're chocolate or not. That's a good show. Very funny. They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. A true testament to Mr. Tangaroa's skills. What are you investigating, officer? Sir, I was just taking the temperature of the water here. And what have you learned? It's warm, sir. The stream in each room flows into the main fountain, and then the water is circulated back to the rooms. Unusual, to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks, they're all crazy. You shouldn't trust any of them. Viva la revolucion! How's it looking over here, officer? Nothing of oh, goddammit, I thought it was Edward! the thing of just reading and not checking who's the one talking. How's it looking over here, officer? Nothing of interest in that cupboard, or... Yes, sir! So, there is... no, there isn't. Just a blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir. You heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right? No. So, you do have something to add. Oh, no. Can't get a straight answer out of anybody. You're all idiots. Perhaps you should ask a straight question. Oh wait, this is the same as before. I'll talk to you last. There's some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is of the same design as the one Miss Vaughn served us with earlier. You think Samson could have been drinking the tea out of that? The pot and cup were dusted for prints. These were the only ones I found. And was that the case for the utensils too? Everything else had been washed, so there weren't any prints to find. Then Mr. Tangaroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries. That could explain why prints were only found in the teapot and cup. Which, you know, you would. At least for some stuff, you would prefer to use gloves. Now that I think about it, like, mostly the chocolate thing. Like mostly just like, if you have to shave the chocolate, it's better to do it with gloves. Although, you have to have your hands have to be cold. Like, you don't want to, like, do a lot because then the chocolate will start melting on your hand. I do wonder if wearing gloves makes it so your hands get hotter faster because they're covered, even if it's, like, you know, just latex or plastic. Like, I do wonder if that affects in any way, like, when you're doing that kind of stuff. Gloves. I'm gonna wear them when he was working on his masterpiece over there. They're conveniently good at hiding fingerprints too. I suppose it's possible to employ them in such a manner. But is it really all that suspicious to find a pair of gloves in a kitchen like this? I'm a detective. Everything is suspicious. That's the job. You don't know how good I am. An Among Us. I always win at Among Us, Gregory Edward. I'm so good. I'm noticing where people are being sus. Everybody hates me and never invites me to play because of it. So this is where the body was discovered. Yeah, they took it away already, but everything else is just how we found it. It appears the body was inside the treasure chest. Yeah, woman by the name of Vaughn found it. Son, are you in here? Since she heard something breaking and came in to see what it was. If only we had just a little more information. There's something else in here. Huh, it looks like a seal of some kind, with somebody's initial and an intricate shape carved into it. HP or PH. Oh no, it's Hewlett Packard! They're gonna make me buy incredibly expensive computer hardware. I mean, yeah, have you like Hewlett Packard like printers are so expensive. And the ink. Oh god, the ink is so expensive too. Unnecessarily expensive Hewlett Packard. Is it for making those fancy wax things on documents? Do you think it belonged to the victim? No idea, but it's gonna get logged anyway, so I'll take that. God damn it. It's really rather impressive making an entire ship out of chocolate. That's some Zangaroo for you. Then you just want to take a big bite out of it. Which part to bite first, though? That's a real head scratcher, you know? Bite any part of it, kid, and you'll be off this crime scene so fast your head will spin. Hey, it was just a joke. Stop staring at me like that. I'm just working here. I do sometimes wish Eddie could keep his cool a little better. Let's see, anything else of note? On this side? One of the stamps for the ship is broken. The ship must have collapsed onto the treasure chest and smashed it open. Wait, do you think? Could it be how the victim died? Was he crushed by the ship? If he was, this becomes an accidental death and not a murder. You too serious? Don't worry, detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. I was being serious, though. Detective, can you tell us a little more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. Got a picture here someplace. You can see for yourselves. That was from blunt force trauma. And what about the weapon? Has it been found yet? You can ask the prosecutor in charge of that. You're not gonna like him though, he's kind of a dick. Detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrow this? No skin off my nose! It's not like it's official. Vaughn took it with an instant camera when she found the body. An instant camera? Like it's disposable or something? No, it means that it develops the pixels right there and then when you take them. Which some disposable cameras do, to be fair. No way! Sounds pretty convenient. Now then, I better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. There's something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I'll need to call on my powers of deductions to figure out why. Okay, but before that, I'm gonna talk to you. And you are? Sorry, meditating. You want something, detective? Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edward, a pleasure to meet you. And I'm his distant air defender. I see. Name's Carmelo Gusto. Carmelo Gusto, okay. I'm a confectioner here for the contest. You are? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto? Of course. The art of air and sugar. Oh, you do caramel, which, you know, Carmelo. Yeah, of course you're an expert on caramel. No way! Look at that! It's like it's a little baby seahorse. It's a dragon, a noble, soaring creature of the skies. That's a dragon. It does look more aquatic than airborne. No need to sugarcoat it. My design sense is weak. I know that better than anybody. That's why I'm heading to Shenfa when this is all over. I need to train hard. Perhaps we should get off the subject of his design sense for now. So what are you doing in here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians on the scene yet. Detective wanted to know more about one of the pieces in here. Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto. Chicken! Sugar blowing pumps. They put air into the sugar. They're so cool! It's like watching a sword master do his thing. No, master. Not a day goes by that I don't hurt myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way, it doesn't matter when I make a mess. The way of the confectioner is a lonely one. You never stop learning. Not until you die. What are you, a samurai? The way of the confectioner sounds like a long one too, if he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. I mean, Gregory, to be entirely fair, I'm going to point this out, doing stuff with caramel is extremely dangerous. Like, making caramel, like, have you ever get a caramel burn? Like, have you ever gotten a burn from making caramel? It's painful. It's absolutely horrifyingly painful. You can get 30-degree burns from caramel, okay? That shit is dangerous. I'm not surprised that he gets hurt, because that shit is actually very difficult and very dangerous. I'm not gonna say that it's the same thing because it's not, but compare it with like blowing glass. Like it's that level of complicated. Okay? Like it's not easy. You need like decades of your life to be good at it. Especially if you wanna do something like, you know, with a particular design. Like you need to know what the fuck you're doing. And also, to be fair, they use similar techniques, like the same way that you can blow glass, you can blow caramel, because like the consistency of the material is the same when it's like, you know, semi-liquid, like in the way where like you're supposed to like shape it. Like it's a very similar consistency, even though it's not clearly it's not the same thing. What can you tell us about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. The contest was Tangaroa's idea. It's about art, confectionery as art. Have you ever seen that YouTube channel with the chocolate guy? The guy that does weird things primarily with chocolate? Yeah, once or twice. It's like that, but more high art. Confectionery as art. Art you can eat, every part of it. Every single item in this room is edible, even myself. Munch. The whole place does kinda smell like chocolate. Tangaroa is a genius, a once-in-a-generation talent. Flavor and flair, he has it all. And if you can't undo the god of confections himself, you can't win. I don't know, man, beating out the greatest in the world seems kinda high, yeah? As it should be. Whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's a real prize here. Nothing else matters. So you're competing for a title, effectively. A treasure. The ultimate cookbook. Tangaroa's most prized possession. Do you want to know more? It's all written down here. It's a list of rules that was given out to contestants. Ooh. Let's see, what does the rule say? Oh, I can also check this. Oh. Look, something's stamped on the bottom. It says PH. I suppose there must be Paul Halik's pottery mark. Those are his initials after all. Miss Bounce said she's a big fan of his work. His initials, huh? So if I met it, it would say EF? Perhaps you should practice by initializing your personal belongings first. Yes, what a gorgeous design. No, it's terrible. This is a horrible teacup. Really? Just seems a bit out there to me. Like, how do you even get your tea in there? It's not about function, Eddie. It's about form. Yeah, but this is a teacup. It's supposed to be functional. I guess I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. E. This art stuff is way beyond me. Yeah, how do you even make that work? Okay, let's see the rules. Prizes, the ultimate cookbook and the title of World Greatest Confectioners. Rules. 1. Judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. All contestants to gather in Miss Tangaroa's room when judging ends. 2. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Stands and display materials will be provided. 3. Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. Okay. Sorry, I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over. How was the judging organized? It started at 3 PM. Tangaroa began making the rounds right around then. He left his room, then worked his way around the venue clockwise. My creations were the first to be judged. After that, he went to Scon's room. She's another of one of the contestants. What can you tell us about her? Ruthless, brutal. There's nothing she wouldn't do to win. He was working with Cream. Some kind of dreamscape. It's the Creams! Then, last of all, Frost's room. His thing was flavor ice. Sculptures this time, or so I heard. Found the body while Tangaroa was still making the rounds. She panicked, ran to call the cops. Tangaroa went right on judging, claims he didn't know a thing about it until afterward. Went ahead and looked over the victim's work, even though the guy was nowhere to be seen. Maybe he thought he was in the bathroom. Pretty suspicious behavior in anyone's book. He would have gotten ejected first try. I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bud, why do you talk like that? The person reading the stupid dialogue thought it was funny. What were you and Mr. Gusto talking about it earlier? I was going to ask about the piece of the wall here, the one in the frame. Seemed like something was off. Angel beset by thorns. Thought I'd better ask somebody who knows about this stuff. But then you both showed up and pulled me away from my very important work. Perhaps we can take a closer look at it together. Can't take a hint, can you? Oh no, I can. I just don't fucking care. Mr. Gusto, would you mind helping us out? Of course. Confectionery is my life. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you, that's very kind of you. Who knew you could make a picture this pretty out of chocolate? Samson really is a god, oh god, man. Is it really made of chocolate though? It looks far too much like a regular illustration to me. You have a good eye. I'm impressed. That's no piece of candy. That's the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook. In other words, the grand prize. What? Is it not made of chocolate after all? No. The book is simply enframing some. Tangaroa showed it out to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. The participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Anyway, you see it too, right? The frame. Something's missing. The oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr. Gusto about earlier, yes. You're right, Detective. Something is missing from this frame. I mean, I'm less worried about something that is missing and more something that is marked. Because you can see the mark of a hand on the frame. So it's not just me. Huh? What's missing? I'm gonna show Eddie which part of the frame is missing some chocolate. Here.
Take that!
Look closely, Eddie. Don't you feel that something is lacking here, and or it clearly has like some extra depth that is not natural to it because it looks like a goddamn hand. Eddie, it looks like a goddamn hand. Sorry, that's not really my thing. And maybe that's just an artistic flourish, you know? My glasses must have sleep. That's not the part I meant to point out. You were talking about something being missing from the frame, right? That's right, and you don't need to know anything about art to see what it is. Oh, this little thing here. Oh, I didn't even notice. I feel like an idiot. Yeah, no, it's this here. No, but like, honestly, okay, yeah, so this is lacking here, but are we not gonna notice the fact that there's like a literal handprint right here? Like right here? How is this? Like, how is this little part here more important than this mark that is clearly someone's hand? Like, there could be fingerprints there. You could get like an imprint to check who it was, to have an idea who's like guilty. You people are dumb. I'm gonna become the Joker.
Take that!
Look at the decorative work in the corner here. Something's missing, no? Oh yeah, it's different from the other side. That's not like Tangaroa. The balance is all wrong. But that's not all. Take a look around. Every confection in this room is missing some small bit. You're right. The candle holder, the nighticle stuff, they're all like that. Did someone deliberately damage them? It's a very good question. Or did Tangaroa just wanted to look like somebody messed with his work? He never do that to his own creations. Never! Does this have some deeper meaning for the case? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. God damn it. It's Edward again. The picture is not made of chocolate. It's the cover of a book, the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook, in other words, the grand prize. Yes, and framing chocolate. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. The participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Okay, are we gonna like notice the handprint here now? Are these finger marks? Yeah, but we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. Finger marks without prints. It could certainly be important to the case. Okay, so they were wearing gloves, fair, but also. It's a real head scratcher, alright? Not really. I'm guessing whoever it was wore gloves. Oh, where's your sense of romance or adventure? There doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. Shit! Are you alright, Eddie? Yeah, but she's chilling here. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. It's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? No, I'm fine. Besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge. I did, didn't I? Why do they have the heat down so low? Chocolate needs to be kept at the right temperature. Take a look behind that panel on the wall. What panel? Look at that! It was here this whole time! There's one in each of the contest rooms. And Garura hid them so they wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of her works. And what do the controls do? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. Goes all the way down to minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold enough to keep any confectionery from melting. So in effect, each room is a giant freezer. Okay, wait, how much is minus 22? Because like the temperature of the human body in Fahrenheit is like 130 something. Let me check. Fahrenheit to Celsius. So 0 Celsius is 22 Fahrenheit. So that would make minus 30 degrees? That's cold. That's cold as shit, minus 30 degrees. God, I wish it was minus 30 degrees. Like, that's cold. Like, I get it, because yeah, chocolate really needs like a lower temperature, but like, I think that minus 15 would be enough? Dude! Also, it's not at minus 22, it's at 59, so... 59, 32 is 0 on Celsius, so this has to be like... under 10 Celsius, give or take? $15. Okay. Oh, well, wait, 15? That would start... Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, they have to have modified this on purpose, because that would explain why the chocolate, like... the chocolate boat fell. It's possible that the little thing that was used to, like, keep its weight couldn't sustain itself at that temperature. The weight was too heavy from the boat, it fell, and it crashed on the treasure chest where the body was in. So it was probably changed on purpose, and that would also explain why the frame for the book also has marks, because otherwise it shouldn't. Like, it should have stayed firm. It's 59 degrees in here, no wonder I'm cold. Hey, Detective Bud, you mind if we turn it up a little? Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. Do you want me to kick you out of the crime scene, you little punk? But I'm not a detective! The same goes for attorneys, Eddie. We must never disturb the scene of the crime. Huh, get used to the cold. It's all part of your training. Chocolate needs to be kept between 59 and 65 degrees. There's no way around it. I mean, I would put it under that, just in case, but... Probably it's better for it to be colder once you have finished, like, molding it. Like, once it's taken shape, then you can lower the temperature a little more. You know the temperatures by heart, huh? Guess it is your job. It's the very least I should know. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that and more. Alright, what about lollipops and cream? Asking for a friend. Your friend is me. Tukalani gets a friend. Alright, they get like this kind of like white thing. Yeah, the white stuff. Although my understanding is that that depends on the chocolate. Like, high quality chocolate shouldn't get too much of that, but yeah, they still get a little bit. They just get less than lower quality chocolate. But yeah, no, it shouldn't get too cold. Although, if you're gonna keep it for a long time, it might be better to just like keep it cold, and then when you have to get it out, slowly like warm it up. But I don't know if that affects the white stuff or not. I never checked. It is not too hot or too humid. A lollipop should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept at around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. I think I need to go back home and return the cream to the fridge. I think I forgot it outside. That's probably not good. Detective had kind of brightened up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? I suppose he must be very fond of them. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. Okay, but let's note the controls at least. These controls can be used to adjust the room's temperature and lighting. Red, yellow, green, dark blue, light blue, white. That's a huge range. Temperature set to 59 degrees. Light color set to white. The pieces in here are made of chocolate. That's why. White light makes them look better. Mr. Tangaroa must see the room itself as a part of his carefully crafted creations. A Diary of Despair is a journal belonging to the captain of the chocolate ship, also made of chocolate. A Diary of Despair, that's some title. It sounds like the title. It sounds like the subtitle of a Castlevania game. Come, hark and see how we crossed the sea and wrote the red tide to mystery. Quite a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic sounding tale. A candelabra made of chocolate. There's a title here, The Light of Life. Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of its life-giving flames. Does it have some sort of symbolic meaning, or could it be? Nah, it's just the person who fucked around. Hey, Bad, can I push you? Oh, goddammit, I can't push you. I'm not gonna be able to repeat the thing that I did with Kay the other day. God damn it. Okay, time to use logic. Time to use Gregory Edwards' version of logic. The stand broke and the ship collapsed with it. And the loud sound it made brought Miss Bound running. Yeah, said the ship had already keeled over by the time she got in here. But why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. Could that really have been the case? Maybe? All of Mr. Tangaroa's creations are missing a little piece each. Including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. Do you think it could have been the killer? It's certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mystery person's tampering spree. And when it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest. Which would have remained closed otherwise. Maybe there is a temple lower it again. That's what I'm thinking. Like, clearly there's some pieces that were outright damaged. Like, they took one of the flames out of the candlelight. Like, there is some damage, like some structural damage. But I assume that they lower the temperature. And that's, like, why you see the marks on the frame, because like otherwise the handprint on the frame shouldn't be there. So, and the Carmelo guy, like Gusto just said, maybe they got hungry along the way. Maybe. Like, the thing is that Gusto just said that they're not allowed to touch the temperature thing, and that they hit them on purpose. Like, Samson purposefully hit them so as to, like, you know, make sure that they don't tamper with them. So I'm assuming the contestants know that it's there, but I do think that it had to be one of the contestants. Like, I don't know if Samson did anything. I don't think so. So I assume that one of the contestants took advantage, lowered the temperature, probably got something out of the frame, because otherwise the handprint wouldn't be there. And then once the lower part, like the little thing that was sustaining the front part of the ship, started to, you know, melt a little bit, they raise the temperature again. And that would explain, like, most of the structural damage that is not just taking a literal piece of chocolate. I'm scared the scene catches my attention. Voyage of the Red Rover. It's titled Voyage of the Red Rover. After sailing the seven seas, the legendary ship happens upon a great treasure at last. This piece is a tribute to the adventurous spirit of our ancestors. Who knew? So they sailed 6 whole seas before they found anything? Not exactly the luckiest crew out there. Sometimes you gotta take a bunch of wrong turns before you find the truth. That's what being a real detective is all about. Did they even have detectives back in those days? Let's see. Oh wait, let's see. Samsung Tanga's room inside a chocolate treasure chest. The cause of death appears to be to have been blood loss from blunt force trauma. What am I not seeing here? Like, there has to be like, clearly there's a contradiction here. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Like, the only other thing is the fact that that like coin signet thingy has like it's in the back of the teacup on the lower part of the yeah, of the not the teacup, the teapot. Wait. Oh, this is broken now. Like, this is not how it looked.
Eureka!
Is that the only thing that has been removed from the scene is the body? Yeah, that and the piece of cloth it was wrapped in. Then something here doesn't quite add up. It doesn't. Take another look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. Let me check with forensics. What is it, Mr. E? What did you figure out? Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing. In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased's head. And yeah, the part of the chest is now gone. The part with blood all over it. Exactly. So did the police remove it, or perhaps the killer? It wasn't forensics. They're saying nobody took anything like that away. Interesting. So somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene. Could be.
Yay!
I think we're about done here for now. Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaroa did it, no two ways about it. What do you mean? All the rooms in this place lock from the inside. The only way to unlock them from the outside is with this key. I see. And who had access to that key? Who do you think? Tangaroa, and is the only one. There aren't any copies. Mansion key added to the core record. Yay. It's always the rooms that open only from the inside unless you have this key bullshit, you know? It's always about the locked room crimes in this goddamn place. With the mansion key, Tangaroa could slip into anybody else's room anytime he liked, like a pervert. And he could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted, like a NEET. But Mr. Tangaroa's room wasn't locked, was it? Nope, which is exactly what makes him a suspect. Will you care to explain your thinking? Well, goddamn, cross-examining bad. If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. The one thing he didn't plan on was Bound finding the body. Okay, but like that is incredibly bad planning, because like if he lowered the temperature to make sure that the thing would happen, then he had to have this plan like by the minute. It kind of goes against the entire point for, like, you know, having a chance that somebody else will find the body. Anyway, that's my thinking on this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney. Do you also believe that it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in his room? Yep. I know you have to believe your client, that's your job, but I'm a detective, and I serve the law. And no matter how squeaky clean somebody might seem, a suspect is still a suspect. I fully understand your reasoning, detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own? Do your worst. Just as the detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. And I'm not about to just accept his version of the events. In fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. Uh-huh. Okay, but like, it's clear that he didn't smash anything. Like, it got smashed when the ship fell on him.
Objection!
Well, on the treasure chest, rather. We've established that the body was hidden inside the chest, and that Miss Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. It seems reasonable to infer that the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing. Sure, seems likely, based on the evidence. And yet you assert that it was Mr. Tangaroa who had smashed the lid of the chest. I believe this photo makes it clear that it was the ship that did the smashing. And if that had occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room, then it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at the time. I never said he did it then and there. He could have done something to the stand, so it collapsed when he was in the middle of judging.
Objection!
Have you any way of proving that assertion? Nope, but the investigation isn't over yet. There's still time. So he doesn't have anything conclusive. Bitch. Have you found any prints in this room besides those of Mr. Tangaroa? Yep, on the door. But we found Tangaroas and Frost Springs on there too. We were all brought in here for a briefing, right before we started work on our creations. The springs are probably from then. I take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangaroa's works for prints yet. Why would? We know that somebody tampered with them. Therefore, it's possible they left some prints behind when they did so. Fine, but if we don't find anything, your guy's still top of my list. Got it. You check all of this chocolate stuff for prints now. Yes, sir, right away. Detective Bad, we finished dusting all of the chocolate and we found prints that don't belong to Mr. Tangaroa, sir. Go on. Who's? Delicious Stone, sir. She's one of the contestants. Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before. Yes, sir. So it seems we have a suspect besides Mr. Tangaroa. Even without your lawyerly input, I wasn't about to wrap up the investigation anyway. I'll go speak to Miss Cone and see what she has to say for herself. I hope it's something delicious. I love scones. Have you ever had chocolate scones? They're very good. Delicious scone. Mr. Gustav mentioned her too. He said that she was ruthless, that she'd do anything to win. This scones lady sounds like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mr. E? Yes, I think we'd better try to speak with her ourselves as well. Detective Bad, would you mind if we accompanied you? Babysitting you is not my job. That means yes, I do mine. Aw, come on! But I guess you did pick up a couple of useful clues already. So if you wanna tag along, be my guest. Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. Why do you act like that? It makes me uncomfortable. But Detective Bat, sir! I don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor is still busy in there. He'll be fine. Me and him don't exactly see eye to eye anyhow. I think he's a fucking bitch. Who is he? Who is this him? Who did he assign to the case to? Man from Bon Karma? What? They gave it to Bon Karma? He hasn't lost a case in 25 years. Man from Bon Karma, a living legend over at the prosecutor's office. We've never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. He sounds kind of insane and kind of like a bitch. But I can't let that distract me. For now, I need only to continue to do what I believe is right. We must find clues. We must find the truth. That looks like a castle. Oh my god, that's a castle! That shit is made of cream! It's the creams again! December 24, 7:30 p.m. Contest venue, Scones Room. Whoa, a candy castle! And look, there are even some little elves to go with it! Rooms laid out, pretty much the same as the Tangaroa's. It's not as cold though, that's something. Let's see. Yeah, looks like there's a temperature control panel in here too. There were the orange like this, right? Wait, better take a closer look at it when we can. It's like a fairy tale storybook in here. And this whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Delicious Cone. Where is Miss Cone? Me? Why, I'm just over here, dearie. He's so tiny. Ah, just look at your lovely voice. Delicious Cone at your service. Some cheeky blighters back in Blindly even call me Miss Delicious. Teehee. Call the lovely boy at 34. Unexpected to say the least. Lovely boys? Really? Even Mr. E?
Ah, yes, dear. You, the detective over there, you're all lovely boys to me.
I'm nobody's lovely boy, the lady. Name's Bad. Who do you think you are? My wife. I wonder just how old she is. Excellent question. What the profile says. Question mark, question mark.
Okay, I get it.
I love that confectioner of indeterminate age. Oh god, she's British. This is a West. Finish this up so we can get out of here, Mr. Attorney. I don't feel comfortable. Yes, alright. I don't feel comfortable either. What's the meaning of this? Chit-chatting with the defense? Mr. Edward, some scary guy just stepped out of the castle! Von Karma! What? He's Manfred Von Karma?
Zoe Mannequins.
The notorious prosecutor Von Karma himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Von Karma. Gregory Edward, attorney at law. Huh, I couldn't care less of what your name is. Your job is to lose to me and disappear, never to show your sniveling face again. What a thoroughly rude individual. I'm going to enjoy making his life miserable. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. You're even scarier than they say. And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie. You're not helping. We were hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. Von Karma. And why would I wish to extend you any such courtesy? This clearly isn't going to be easy. So long as your inquiries are limited to this room, I suppose I'll allow it. Why the sudden change of heart? You, the tall fellow. Name's Bad. Is that so hard to remember? I've been working at the precinct for like 20 years. I'm 20 years away from retirement. You piece of shit. Well, actually, I'm like 10 years away from retirement. Technically, I'm gonna retire by the time this guy's son is like 27. What? Don't worry about it. Huh. I didn't ask for your opinion. The thoughts of a lowly detective do not concern me. But I do admire your spirit. But see to it that these worms don't step out of line. Why do I have to? I am not offering you a choice, detective. I need to go and look over Gusta's room. Good day. Great. More babysitting. Why aren't Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? They don't seem to know each other well enough for there to be bad blood between them. Well, looks like we have permission to investigate. Guess we better get to it. Indeed, I'm not sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives, but at least we can do that much. Hold up, I haven't been over this room yet either. You're not messing it up before I get my chance to mess it up myself. I mean, you'll have to wait until I'm done. Huh? But I thought you were the lead detective. How come you didn't take a look at his room yet? Because I wasn't the first one they assigned. One of Von Karma's pets was on the job before me. Right up until just now, in fact. I got here not long before you did. That answers my question as to why they're working separately, I suppose. What say we look over the room together, detective? It worked out well enough before. Then you won't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go. What kind of screwball attorney has to have a detective breathing down his neck? Guess I'm stuck with you for a little while longer. Yes, you're amazing, Mr. E. You have our thanks, Detective Bad. Don't be too grateful. This is my scene. The second you get in my way, you're out of here. I don't care that you're kinda handsome. What? Don't worry about it. Of course we understand. Now, shall we begin? Let's see. Nothing there. Really? We're not gonna check the colorants? Like this is clearly to color the queens. There's a blowtorch and some chemicals here. I guess it's all for cooking with. I wonder what these chemicals are. Let's take a look at the labels. Manga Down 911 Homicyanide 247. Wait, they're all poisons. No sir, they're common colorings and flavor reducing candies and desserts. The first is concentrated mango boiled down to its purest essence, hence Mango Down. They're asking for trouble with a name like that. Now I'm curious as to what homicyanide might be. Probably almond. To be fair, there's only a specific type of almond that has like high concentration of cyanide, and it's well known which one it is because it has a very bitter smell, which comes from the fact that it has a high concentration of cyanide, because cyanide smells bitter. Hehe. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. You turn around, you'll eat it. You can't eat the castle. Don't eat the castle. I guess he's watching his sugar intake. There's a small door on the wall here, just like in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Here, I'll open it. Temperature 68 degrees. Light set to green. Didn't goes to say, cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees. Temperature in here is too high. That's weird. That is odd. I wonder why. It's a cute little elf made of candy, and it's sitting on a little tree stump. Ah, the whipped cream decorations around it are beginning to lose their shape. But the elf seems completely fine. Strange. The poor adorable elves and the sweetest little castle made of sweet. So that's the thing behind Mrs. Cone's creations, huh? Unlucky for her, things aren't quite as sweet around here as she's trying to make out. It must be the various tools Miss Cone used to build her castle. Buckets filled with cream, trowels, and a brush. Is she a patissier or a plasterer?
Don't you go making jokes on my extent, you cheeky young devil. I don't sludge stuff on walls like a silly old plaster. I have to spread the cream out lovely and smooth, then work out all the rough patches.
That's literally exactly what a plasterer does. Okay, same. It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle is made out of sugar and cream. I know, right? It's like we're inside a magical medieval story or something. I didn't know you were so into such fantastical things. Sorry, Mr. Edward, didn't mean to get so carried away with her. Oh, no need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. I sometimes wish my own son was as animated as you. You have a son, Mr. E? I do. He's still in elementary school, and yet he'd rather read a statute book than a fairy tale. I can't help but worry that his interest will make it hard for him to make friends. Don't say that, he sounds super interesting. He'll make a ton of friends, me included, I'm sure. Oh, Gregory, if only you hadn't died, he probably would have kept the 2 friends that he made along the way. I mean, for longer. I like to think you'd be more of a big brother to him than a friend, Eddie. A big brother, huh? Stop eating paper. Yes, I have some growing up to do. Better take these more seriously. Indeed. Then with that in mind, shall we continue our investigation? I must scour the scene and expect anything that catches my attention. The doors of the castle have been left wide open. Yeah, was the guy burning a barn? He could have at least closed them behind him. I'd like to see you say that to Mr. Von Karma's face, Eddie. Hey, there's a bunch of stuff inside. Let's see. Hold it, kid. If anybody's gonna be handling the evidence, it'll be me. Cream's going all runny. It's all over the detective's shoes. Why are all these items being stored inside a candy castle? Alright, tell me what you want me to look at first. Two big rock crystals. Looks like somebody was using the castle for storage. I kinda expected something a little more exciting behind those doors. I know, maybe they're giant uncut gemstones. And maybe this whole thing is based on a story about a castle with a priceless treasure hidden inside. I think I treat my priceless treasures with a little more care. There's something on the bottom of them. Looks like a little stand or something? I was right, they are gemstones! The stands would be so they can be put on display. Well, whatever they are, it seems they are not just a large piece of paperweights. There's a bunch of blue cloth back there. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls all together. Ha ha ha. I'm not good at imitating the count. Well, Gregory, what did I read Gregory's name? I need my coffee. In 30 minutes I'll get my coffee, but God, I can't read when I don't have my coffee. Well, I can barely read with my coffee. Without my coffee, I can read even less. It's just how it is. Well, they certainly aren't made of candy. No idea what this stuff is for. Almost looks like somebody hid it in here on purpose for crime reasons. And I think I've seen fabric of the same color somewhere else before. Oh, these pillars, they have hexagonal indentations. Looks like something's supposed to go in there. Well, whatever they were, they're long gone. Hexagonal indentations, huh? I wonder. Castle's covered in whipped cream, so maybe a giant strawberry. A giant strawberry with a hexagonal bottom? Look, I like strawberries, okay? Can't blame a guy for wishing. Are you telling that I can, like, cut a strawberry in a hexagonal shape? You infidel. I prefer bananas myself. Blueberries for me. Let's see everything else. Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Let's do the obvious combo. Clearly those two are, like, connected. Clearly. The rock crystal stands on the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Oh yeah, hexagon to hexagon, makes perfect sense. But if that's the case, then why were they being hidden inside the castle? The rolls of blue cloth and the rock crystals inside the castle. I imagine both must belong to Miss Cone. Miss Cone? What were you using the items inside the castle for?
Huh? Oh, those. Sorry, Lamcan, but I'm not allowed to say.
Let me guess. On karma.
How do you know? Please don't ask me to tell you. He'll have my guts for gatos.
It seems the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Man, those were thought we were onto something with those two giant rock crystals, but...
What's that, dearie? You're interested in my little trinkets?
Your, trinkets, ma'am?
Yes, my sweet. I use them to make people all lovely and relaxed. They're full of drugs.
You use rock crystals and clots to do that.
And drugs. I do. It's wonderful. You should see it. And they're not just any old rock crystals either. They're great big lumps of salt with lights inside them.
Oh, they're, salt lamps.
Wow, those things are lamps. Yeah. Oh, that's not even the half of it. That's close an even more exciting secret.
She really opened up the moment we started talking about her trinkets.
Since you're here, why don't I give your lovely voice a taste of my relaxation magic, With the drugs? Oh, Buddy Pumpkin, can you get it all out and set it up for me?
The name is bad. I don't like the sound of this.
Is that a no? Why are you being so selfish, Buddy Pumpkin?
Gregory Sora's reaction to that. You! Have you finished taking photos of this room yet? Yes, sir, we have. Sir. Then help Miss Cone here with something, will you? I don't want to do it myself. Yes, sir, right away, sir.
Oh, you're a sweetie at heart, aren't you, Buddy B?
That's not... Got my throat. That's amazing, Mrs. Cone. You got him to do exactly what you wanted. That's some talent.
Thank you ever so much, Boddykins. And you, Officer Lovely.
She's even giving nicknames to the forensic guys now. I guess it's her way of showing that she cares. So, whatever this is supposed to be, relaxing exactly.
Don't be as big surprise, Barry B. The fun's only just beginning. Officer Lovely, you can switch it on now.
Yes, ma'am. Wow, it's beautiful. It is. I wish my son were here to see it. Aw, he cares so much about it, gee.
Isn't it though? Isn't it just wonderful? The 4 adorable elves and the sweetest little castle made of sweet. That's my thing, you see. And I thought it would be extra lovely if it all lit up. Isn't it the nicest thing you've ever seen? Yeah, except that, I will remind you of the rules. Where is it? Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Stands and displays materials will be provided. So, you already lost just by not following the rules. One of the elves must be feeling a little left out. This is how it was supposed to look for the contest. But I'm glad your lovely voice got to see it at least.
Wait, shouldn't the lamps be lit up too?
What's happened here, I wonder?
I think we'd better take a look at the lamps and the elves one more time. I must clear the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention that is blood on the lamp. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. Look, there's a red stain on one of the one on the left. That's not just a stain, that's... Yep, it's blood alright. I can smell it. What? Blood? Why is there blood on this lamp? Could it have something to do with why its bulb is broken? We better take a closer look at the other one too. So Miss Cone had actually intended to use these lamps in her display. Then why were they stashed inside the castle? Maybe because they're broken? Except there's plenty of other places she could have put them. The best place to hide some salt is in some sugar. Isn't that how it goes? Or perhaps the best place to hide a tree is in a forest. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. I'll need to point it out by making a deduction.
Eureka!
Yeah. Take a look at the list of rules for the contestants, detective. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. That means the salt lamps and the luminous cloth would both have been against the rules. Is that where they were stashed away inside the castle? I think we need to dig a little further into this with Miss Cone before we can say for sure. My shoes are already covered in cream. It's the creams. I wouldn't go any closer unless you want the same thing to happen to you. We've seen what's behind those doors. There's really no need to look again. And let's recheck the elves then. What the hell was that? This elf doesn't have an illuminated cloth over it like the others. It's not fair to leave the poor guy out, Miss Cone.
Well, I didn't want to date idea. But one of my clothes and one of my little machines went missing.
A cloth and what sort of machine exactly?
Ah, you'll never guess how it works. Those luminous clothes are connected to these little thingamajigs. They're called full spectrum light emitting devices. They send light down the main cable and into each optical fiber strand. That's what makes the cloth glow. With a little bit of fiddling, you can change the light to any color in the whole wide world. Bright red like ferocious fiery flames. All blue like clinging crystals of ice. They have these special batteries that last for donkey's years, and they don't mind the cold at all.
Forgive me, so these machines, they're what makes the special luminous cloth light up in all these beautiful colors, Mr. E. I see. So much new technology I can barely keep up. So these light emitting devices, you lost one of them and a piece of luminous cloth.
That's right, Lambkin. Heaven only knows where they could have gone to.
This cloth, it could have something to do with the case. I still need to talk to you. But first, we know that the victim was struck and killed with something blunt.
My blunt! Get my blunt!
And we found blood on one of the lamps which has a smashed bulb inside. Could the lamp not have been the murder weapon? No, it had to be a blunt. For sure, it could definitely do enough damage to kill someone. You, science guy, did you finish analyzing the blood from the lamp yet? Yes, sir, just got done a minute ago, sir. The blood is the victim's, no doubt about it. There you have it. So the murder weapon is hidden in Mrs. Cone's room. I'm beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. The whipped cream in his room is collapsing because the temperature is too high. It's 68 degrees, my mess up shoes can vouch for that. And yet... when you open the doors to the castle, the handles themselves were just fine. Yeah, they were sturdier than expected, almost as if they were made of a different material. Sturdy? That's not the way I would describe most things made of confectionaries. I think we'd better take another look at those handles, don't you? What the? I think it's safe to say those handles aren't made of candy. It's not just the handles, the whole castle, the little elves. They're all just plastic models with whipped cream smeared on top. This is an outrage to confectioners everywhere. What? So none of this confectionery art is none of this is confectionery art after all? No, it's simply made to look like candy, with the cream having been added to lend it an air of
an air of authenticity. And we...
So not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make any real sweets. Miss Cone made a mockery of the rules. Yeah, guess she's not gonna get crowned world's greatest now. And why is it so warm in here? Do you think it's got something to do with all this? That's a good question. I think we better go ask Miss Cone herself. It is possible that the reason why it's so hot is because she doesn't know exactly at which temperature this needs to be. Because she's not actually knowledgeable about confectionaries made with cream. What's the matter, Miss Cone? You seem a whole lot less cheerful than you were a minute ago. Is it Mr. Von Karma? Did something happen between you two?
Why, yes, nothing happened at all.
But you just said yes.
Well, that was a hello, yes, yellow boy. Aren't you just the sweetest little sugar dumpling? Remind me, what was your name again?
Eddie?
Eddie Lumpkin. Oh, you go faddy, I can tell.
Eddie Lumpkin? It seems our English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. No small accomplishment. It's not exactly what I picture when I think of a gentlewoman, Mr. E. Never mind, Anna. We should ask her a few questions while we can. Could you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest?
Of course, Erie. Let's see, it all started about 10 in the morning. That's when we set to work. And, well, I spent most of the time here in my room getting everything ready to the spec. And there was a lovely afternoon tea for an hour or so, around 1, I think.
Afternoon tea? It's an English tradition, a chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, and make small talk. Have you ever had fingerfoods? No? You need to try fingerfoods. Kinda like recess? I suppose you could say that.
Oh, you really know your onions on your Greggy Pegleg. Such a clever boy.
When did I become Greggy? And where was this afternoon tea served?
Out in the garden, of course. There's a lovely little one just outside. They do it at the same hour every break time during the contest. Lay on a nice little spread, you know. But today only me, Samson, Silly Pants, and Moody Yuri were there for it. Sammy Poople hadn't already finished his recreation, so he was there the whole time. And poor old Chili Winks and Gusty Pants had to miss out because they hadn't finished yet, bless them.
You're saying everybody except Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto was present?
That's right, dear. To tell you the truth, I hadn't finished yet either. But I wasn't about to miss out on tea and cake served by our 2 TV superstars. I went right back to work when I'd finished, though. Doodle off while the others were still nattering away.
And at any point during the contest, did you visit any of the other competitors' rooms?
Why, no, dear, don't be silly.
That's strange, because your fingerprints were found in Mr. Tangaroa's room.
Caught red-handed.
Wait, so you admit you were there?
Oh, well, I can hardly deny it now, can I? But I didn't kill anybody, I swear. I suppose I'd better tell you what really happened. Just promise you'll believe me, won't you, dear?
What exactly were you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room?
Well, I suppose you'd call it research.
Research?
Sammy Poople's so damn hand when it comes to the old sweet making, everybody knows that. So when I noticed there was no one in there, I just popped in for a quick bit of research, like I say.
What kind of research? Leave fingerprints?
Yes, that well, it stands to reason I leave fingerprints, doesn't it? After all, it's hardly research if you don't have a little nipple now, is it?
What? You ate little pieces of them? So, the traces of tampering in Mr. Tangaroa's room, that was all you?
I'm ever so sorry, sweeties. I didn't mean to make a mess. I had to take a little bite here and there, didn't I? I didn't want poor Sammy Poople getting upset, so it was just the taxis beat in pieces.
And the son holding up the ship? You took a bite out of that too, I suppose?
Oh yes, dear, of course I did.
It was you! You brought the whole thing crashing down!
I'm sorry, my lovely, I truly am.
Hold on, is that why you left the afternoon tea early? You were heading out for a second helping of sweets?
Look, just please believe me, I never kill anybody, I promise.
Her actions were certainly suspicious, but that's about all we can say for now. Miss Cone, why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees?
Because I hate the cold, don't I, dearie? And besides, being cheated is no good for a girl. If I want to keep my fresh face complexion, I got to be careful about these things. We ladies have to stay young, don't you know?
How old is she really, though? That's what I'd like to know. It's not polite to speculate on a person's age, Eddie, especially a lady. But most of your work is made out of whipped cream, and whipped cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees, or it starts to deflate.
Is that so, dearie? Well, silly me, eh? I've only gone and made a whoopsie.
Wait, she really didn't know that? World-class confectioner, my foot. Not only did she break the rules by using fake candy, she's also ignorant of basic facts about her supposed craft. Miss Cones grows more mysterious by the minute. Miss Cones appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created, but she says that she snuck into another's entrance room for research purposes. Hardly the actions of a world-class confectioner competing for a major prize. Yeah, not how I'd picture a top pro acting. Does she maybe just lack a little confidence, or is she not actually a confectioner at all? I mean, clearly she's not. Hydration. Perhaps she had another agenda altogether. After all, we only have her word for it that she went into that room to do some research. Hey, you don't mean... maybe she went in there to commit a murder? There's no way of saying so for certain just yet. But she's hiding something, that much I'm certain of.
Yay!
That's enough investigating for now, don't you think? Yes, we've certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched his room. And yet, he didn't arrest Miss Cone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. Me too, him, and Scone.
How could you, Patty Pumpkin? Stop staring at me like that.
It appears Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Mr. Von Karma, Miss Cone, as I am. Miss Cone, would you be so kind as to accompany us?
Of course, dear. Where are we off to?
To find Mr. Von Karma. December 24, 8:05 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. Mr. Von Karma, we'd like to speak with you, if that's alright. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing you found the murder weapon. We did. It was in Mrs. Cone's room. Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest. Ha! Nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found, Tangaroa is guilty. And as long as this is my case, guilty he shall remain. How can he be so sure of Mr. Tangaroa's guilt? You have an explanation, I assume, for why the murder weapon was in Mrs. Cone's room? Huh, of course I do. I'll be delighted to share it with you. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon considerably less so. And that is why there's no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. So it was your assertion that Mr. Tangaroa took the soul lamp to Mrs. Cone's room. You're an idiot. If that wasn't obvious. Like... That's a very dumb conclusion on Karma. It is indeed. But it is more than an assertion, it is a fact based on my own investigation. You mean you have proof that he did so? I don't need such a thing. What? You have a rebuttal? I'll be happy to hear it. But I highly doubt you'll be able to fold my logic. I like the detail that they're not using that sprite of him grabbing his shoulder, like grabbing his arm, because he hasn't been shot yet. Like, he doesn't have the bullet wound yet, so he doesn't grab his arm. Okay, but like, that makes no sense. Like, I'm trying to think. Because, like, technically, if we go by the crime scene notes, none of this makes sense. Like, victim mother was funny. Yeah. Like, why would he keep the body in his room? He could have put it somewhere else if that's what he wanted. Like, it's not exactly easy to put a body in like a chocolate chest and then close it and then make sure that nobody will look at it. So.
Objection!
It's true that the murder weapon and the bloodstained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime, but something else remained that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will. The cloth covering the victim's lower half. Is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Mrs. Cone's room?
Oh yeah, it is.
I didn't even realize that.
What's that, dearie? One of my lovely colorful cloths at the scene of the crime, you say?
Huh. Luminous cloth. Nonsense I see no light to speak of. I guess he doesn't know how it works. It may look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices, and the difference soon becomes apparent.
Oh yeah, like, when he does this pose,
later in the, well, earlier in the series, like, he grabs his arm too. He's not yeah, because it's before he got shot. I'm sorry, it's like, it's just a nice detail that they actually took care of, like, making a new sprite or redrawing one of his sprites to make sure that this actually makes sense. Look at his face, I don't think he was expecting that. But the fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Mrs. Cone's room went missing. And if you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? The salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belong to Miss Cone, and seeing as the body was wrapped in same cloth, surely even you have to admit that's suspicious. Mr. Von Karma, I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Cone as a person of interest.
Waggy Pegleg, how could you? You're accusing me of all people.
I'm not accusing you or anything just yet. I'm saying you're a person of interest. That doesn't mean anything necessarily. But I do think you're hiding something, and I don't like that.
That's not...
Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Mrs. Cone's room prior to the murder. Exactly. Is something funny? That is the weirdest laugh I've ever heard. Only that you walked so carelessly into my trap. Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. So sorry to have to break it to you. What? What does he mean? Danganronpa spotted them before the contest began and noted that the lamps and clothes contravened the rules. He subsequently confiscated them and took them to his own room for safekeeping. What? Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. And as you now know, he was also in possession of the lamp used to commit the murder. So you see, I have had everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. Well, how does it feel to have lost to me before even setting foot in the courtroom? This can't be happening. Wait, all of our hard work was for nothing? Miss Cone, why didn't you tell us your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa?
Well, dear, Mannequin said that if I spilled the beans, I'd end up being the one under suspicion.
Mr. Von Karma said that.
And he wasn't wrong now, was he? You two accused me yourself just a second ago.
Motherfucker. Pathetic. Curse you, Von Karma. He led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are 2 and only 2 sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon. 2. Yes, those of Delicious Cone and Samson Tangaroa. No others were found. Tangaroa used the lamp he had confiscated to murder Frost, and was foolish enough to hid it in Scone's room without first removing his fingerprints. At this rate, no one will even need to testify. My perfect evidence will do all the talking for me as I secure his guilty verdict. God, Von Karma, you're a pain in the ass.
Objection!
But wait, what about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room? What about it? He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body. I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying. No more pitiful objections. Then get out of my sight and close the door behind you.
Mr. E!
I'm not about to just give up. I see you mean to waste more of my time, but escort them off the premises now. This investigation is not over yet. Detective Bad, what is the meaning of this? Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of leaving cases half solved, and I don't like your attitude. I think you're a fucking bitch. There's still one last thing for the crime scene we haven't identified. He's right, we still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for. We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, detective. But whatever they may be, they're not business of the defenses.
Objection!
I beg to differ. There's a piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about either. And I suspect it might be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad. What? Is the yet unidentified something that was left in Mr. Tangaroa's room? Right, the seal.
Take that!
We still have... Wait, really? It's not the seal? That's not what I was thinking of. Oh?
Really? Not the seal?
The seal is so important! I mean, I think it is anyway. Like, what would the seal not be important? It seems you're the only one who isn't satisfied here, and I assure you, there is no such thing as an unidentified piece of evidence to Von Karma. Dude, I picked the wrong thing. Still a single question. Okay, yeah, okay. I find it really funny. I guess it's the finger marks then. I find it very funny that Gregory just smiles when he fucks up. Like, he gets a surprise moment and then he just starts smiling. Like, I don't know, it feels kind of like there's some more energy about this old man, you know what I mean? Like, he's so in the groove as a defense attorney that he just like, yeah, okay, I fucked up a little bit, it's okay, I can keep going. Like, he doesn't give a shit.
Take that!
No wonder Miles started dating Phoenix. It's just like his dad. He's just dating a guy that he romances of his dad. There are finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Supposing they belong to the murderer, it could certainly explain how their prints didn't end up in the murder weapon. How do you know so much about the crime scene? Because I let them look around. You let the defense examine the scene, bud. Are you out of your mind? I don't remember you telling me not to, and I do whatever I want. Bitch. Ugh. Insolent worm. You would do well to remember this then, detective. The results of your next salary review is up to me. Oof. The detective Pat's in trouble now too. I'm sure glad you're my boss, Mr. Edward. As long as you remember that the results of your salary review is up to your performance in this case. Damn! So that's where Edward got that, okay? A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation. I'm almost impressed. But it's entirely possible that those finger marks belong to Tangaroa. After all, he wore gloves preparing his creations.
Objection.
But can you prove conclusively that the finger marks are his? Furthermore, there is still something about Miss Cones that doesn't add up. Is there? Or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat?
Oh, stop it, Greggy. Stop it, stop it. Why are you being so mean to your poor old pal, Alicia? I owned up to nibbling poor Sammy Poo-Poo sweeties. What more do you want?
I don't have to make you a suspect, that much is certain. But you lied to us. And you're still not telling us everything.
Oh, Greggy, stop it. Stop bullying me.
I'm sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that?
I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry, I'm just a silly, muddle-headed girl. What more do you want me to say?
I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. I think that you were never a confectioner in the first place. Enough! I'll thank you to keep your baseless accusations to yourself. Evidence is everything in court, in case you've forgotten. If you're going to accuse a witness of perjury, then I demand that you present something to back it up. But this isn't a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless. Suppose do I have that Miss Cone doesn't know the first thing about making desserts? The fake confections.
Take that.
Every single one of Mrs. Cone's creations break the rules of the contest. The offending items, the clothes, and the lamps were duly confiscated, as we have established, and the witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself.
Objection.
But those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. What? The entire fantastical world Miss Cone created, every last bit of it, is all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. No real world title contender would ever stoop so low. Is this true, bad? Yup, saw it with my own eyes, stepped in it with my own shoes. I'm covering creams. Did we finally convince him? With her lies exposed like this, surely he can continue to deny the facts. Miss Cone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects.
But no, dear, I'm no killer.
Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why were you tampering with your rival's work?
Alright. The truth is, I'm not the adorable little cook you see before you. I'm actually a pharmacist, if you can believe it. A pharmacist?
I can't blame him for being so surprised. It's gonna be further from what we'd imagined. So what's somebody in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one?
Well, I just love eating sweeties, if you must know. And Sammy Poo-Poo Sweets has the best, so they say. I just had to enter. I didn't mean to end up making it all the way to the final.
Even Mr. Von Karma is lost for words.
That's it? That's the only reason you're here? Yes, dearie, and it was worth it. Some silly pants treats are the tastiest treats I've ever did eat.
And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves?
No, that wasn't me, dear. I didn't even wear gloves.
Remember, Miss Cone's fingerprints were found elsewhere on Mr. Tangaroa's other creations. I say that points to her not having worn any gloves.
Exactly, Lambkin. Greggy Peglegs got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman.
Is your head filled with cream too?
Sorry, mannequins.
Her head might not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of subterfuge. Miss Cone, were Mr. Tangaroa's work the only ones you sampled?
No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I finished my afternoon tea, I tipped over the chili wings room for a little taste, too.
You were in the victim's room too?
Yes, dear, nobody was in there, you see.
Quite possibly because the occupant was already dead.
But I could only stomach one little bite. I never tasted anything so salty in all my life. So I had myself one of the tasty star-shaped bits of the side to cleanse my palate.
You have quite a sweet tooth, don't you, Mrs. Cone? Indeed. Why didn't she sample?
That's everything, I promise. Greggy Peglegs, mannequins, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to make a mess of things.
As long as what you've told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end. Do not think for a second that this means I myself believe you. I'm going to investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through. Mr. Von Karma, please let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of her conclusions. Accompany me if you'd like. But don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation. We'd like to accompany you all the same. Asshole. December 24, 9 p.m. Contents venue. Process room. What in the... What is the meaning of this? It's empty. When we went to Frost's room, we saw nada. It was all gone, the whole enchilada. Was this the work of the culprit? A dead body hidden in a chocolate chest, a murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case was a real peach, and it was going to take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all.
To be continued.
April 2nd, 10:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Whoa, and deep on that one. Sorry, Milisarino. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution too. Von Karma was the one in charge after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year? Well, yeah, remember? Your dad got, shot, during the holidays as well. This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. Oh, I see. Did they ever find out how the victim creations managed to just disappear? Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. Well, there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? This place is a gallery these days, but back then it was Samson Sankaro's place, yeah? Indeed, on the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, Warsy's Frost's Ice sculptures are suddenly back on display, 18 years after that fateful day. The very sculptures the victim made? Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Well, alrighty then, let's go take a look at these icy marble, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very nicely known. So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Ah, I don't believe it, it's locked. The gallery is open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits. What gives? Fender? Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. Is it? Freaky! Could have sworn it was this one. Yeah, actually, that is the room where Frost was. Anyhow, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago.
Mask the Mask!
And his beautiful wife.
April 2nd, Zodiac Hall, Winter Wing.
I see they're still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick. It is the Winter Wing, you know, but you're right, it's like a freezer in there. In here, rather. Can't read. Can't read. It really can't read. It could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. The temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there, if memory serves. Mouser, can you go peep the degree count? I'm thinking a complaint to the management is in order. There is such a thing as to call, yeah? Alright, if you insist. Take your time, mosey around and taking the sights while you're at it. I got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pug might appreciate a picture of all this. He'll put it on his grave so he can have a gander. Of course. And before that, I'm gonna go get myself some coffee. I need my coffee, otherwise I'm gonna keep reading like shit. So I'll be back in a second. Once I have it. The coffee, I mean. Also, we really need to talk to Master Mask. This is very important to me. I'm back with my coffee. I should stop doing this voice. It just kind of reminds me of the voice of the voice that is for John F. Kennedy in Clone Heights. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
So how about this? I scream out, oh no, this must be the work of that villain Damask. Yeah, and I go, that's me, the legendary Nasty Mask. Yeah, and then, no, say that and you'll be in cuff before you can blink, Granny. You got to take this more seriously, otherwise how are we gonna get this to the market to sell?
What exactly are these two plotting? Crimes, and I'm happy for them. Boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing in an art gallery on his own? She wanted to run a gallery so bad she just quit the industry. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not what with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved on into the surface, along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. But why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things.
Edward, shut up. What do you know about the stars?
There are two large ice sculptures on display here. Guess these are remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh?
It is.
These are the works of my father never got to see. The thing that I get to see them instead. So many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a thing called Milester. But would you mind looking this way for a sec? This way? Beautiful, yeah, just like that. Fender, really? Say cheese! Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. My bad, big guy, my bad. Had to check if this whole thing was still working is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. You ever heard of an instant camera? It develops a picture right after you take the shot. It still twists my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. I should have known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taken. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Whoa, I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold! And they develop right away, wanna see? Well, since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac, question. What do these two sculptures represent? They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, two constellations best observed during wintertime. Bingo! He shoots, he scores! You're a regular encyclopedia, Milester. Guess that's why this is the Winter Wing, right? Because they have the Winter Star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that one's yours for keepsies. Thanks? So the victim made these same zodiac statues out of flavor ice for the contest 18 years ago. Sure did, lovely crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in photos though. But these are the spit of the originals. So this is what you wanted to show me. Yep, think Gregory would have wanted to see them too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. Let's say we grab another quick nap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. Edward is just like me for real when it comes to photographs. It's like, no, I don't, no, never, leave me alone. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. There's some explanation text engraved in it. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. So then the Max needs to... Yeah, and then I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'll just go take a look at some other exhibit. And I walk... Yeah, I can walk behind them. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, but Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs with constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations are on display in the winter wing, and uniquely, these statues are made of flavor ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? But then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. It's a statue of a rather ferocious looking bull. Not a gaze one would want to be fixed with. But then, I was always taught to return a stare with a stare. Although in this case, discretion might be the better part of valor. Huh. Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Yeah, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Oh. Dang, thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. According to the pamphlet, the winter wind is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Oh, hey, that's colder than a snowman's cold bits. I'm gonna freeze to that in here. How do you know what a snowman's cold bits are? Like, are temperature-wise? Fender, do you fuck a snowman? Fender, do you fuck a snowman? I need to know. Yes, there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. Hey, what's with that icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. No snuggles. Alright, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. What was that? It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up! Edward, you ran for 2 seconds. How are you tired? Like, look at him. He looks like he just ran like 100 meters and he just barely moved towards, like, past the door. Like, come on, my dude. You need more exercise. The people think that he's fit. Like, no, this man is like a twink and a very, very unhealthy one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running like that. Like, running 2 seconds and then getting tired. April 2nd, Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. There's someone on the ground, and he's that... Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Etchy! You should have seen it, it was awful! Just calm down and tell me why there is an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything, he just fell down in front of me! Wait, I know this guy. Is everything alright? Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? Wait, the smell. He's still breathing, but I know the symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone with me, there isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room. April 2nd, 10:42 AM, Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out and it looks like it's pretty serious.
Love is in the air. Wrong. Gas leak. But what if love is in the air and there's also a gas leak? What then? What if it's both things at the same time?
But the paramedics said there were no signs of internal injury and that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive. Just barely. It's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. Death?
Oh, come on! Maybe love can bloom when there is gas leaks.
You don't know that. I see. I couldn't help noticing that it seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure, dude. That was Carmelo Gusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down.
The confectioner?
So he was here 18 years ago, too. Anywho, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. All powers of yours, Middle Arena. Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry.
Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy?
You've known me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you?
Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Lori Duke's name when I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got that?
This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were still kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Loris Duke's name. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Whoa, great school buddies! I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pack. He was always worried that you never click with anybody.
Hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me.
I never knew what was the cause of such worries for my father. Now I feel kinda bad. I wonder if I should visit his grave and tell him that I found a boyfriend. And that he's a defense attorney. He probably would laugh at it. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here?
Loris, Edgy! How many times do I have to tell you it's Loris?
What are you doing here?
Eek! What's with the demon eyes? Alright, I told you, stop looking at me like that.
Good, now talk.
You want to know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon, so I thought I'd better scoop the place out.
So not actually for your art at all.
Loris, my man!
An artist and a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours.
Ah, sure. It's nice to have somebody to take an interest for once.
Spare me. Oh, by the way, Lauricio, did you notice anything when you found the victim?
Nothing in particular.
Didn't you say you seen something awful?
Oh, that.
The old guy, he just appeared and then splat, he was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for.
Honored guest, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Brown, the gallery manager.
Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Jude.
Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure.
She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here.
I can't believe you had to go through something so awful and on our first day in business.
Quit that, it's not your fault. Oh wait, I guess I'd better introduce you guys. Judy, Miles Edwards, son of the late great Gregory.
Really? You're Mr. Edwards' son? Well... Isn't this fabulous? The great man's son's here with us.
Oh, she's singing.
18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2.
Judy, that was a bomb. I see you're in good voice as ever. Miles Edward, prosecutor, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, You're a prosecutor. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions.
She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I get an autograph? You can write it in here.
Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing.
Why do you want it, Larry? Rude! You know who she is, right? Come on, Master, you don't keep up with the showbiz news or anything? Because there's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy, he's a living legend! Not just TV, movies, musical, chart topping hits, you name it!
Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the beast for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavors.
Thanks so much, Judy.
I'll treasure it until my dying day.
Ah, you and me are peas in a pod, Loris. Peas in a gosh dang pod. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity.
A real artist drawing our exhibits. What an honor!
Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy, see, Nancy, you were so nice about it. I guess I will be right back.
He's a real live wire, that one.
That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now?
You mean Delisha Scone. She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long.
Delisha Scone? We heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. Sounds like our IS-driven bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a coin kidding.
Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea?
A drop of the old Judy Bound special blend. Why not, for old time's sake? That would be lovely, thank you.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna drink my coffee.
Delicious coffee.
Now, if you'll both excuse me, I'd better go and explain things to the other visitors. You go do your...
Oh, sorry. God damn it, Fender. God damn it me that I forget to read who the fuck is talking. You go do your thing, dudes. Thanks again. This aroma. Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend. A top quality Ceylon indeed. Its citrus aroma. It's said to include one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Just cool the saucers back then. Not today though, it seems. Anyway, don't you think this is all a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yes, it almost feels as if an investigation is in order. Mr. Edward, sir, you're alright!
Mr. Edward, Mr. Fender! We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could.
Well, if it isn't the cavalry, come on, team, bring it in!
No way! Besides, you're both doing just fine. Camille and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing.
Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kai with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous what with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and ran and ran and I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran so far away, but I just couldn't shake her off.
When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is a world champ.
Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective. All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. It kills me that he's just wearing the gas mask. Like he's just wearing the gas mask like that. It's just... This is a screenshot. You guys are here. That gas could be dangerous. Alright, we're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dicky boy.
No way, Goomy almost looks like a real detective. I'm so proud of him.
But he is a real detective. This is Edward speaking. Mr. Edward, looks like the gas has mostly dissipated, sir. Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see. Yes, sir. First up the exhibit, there's a statue of the people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of two-horned animal. Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal? That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the Winter Wing. And that, the place is looking pretty damp. The sprinkler sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading. The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire? No, sir, and the fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Guess they read the gas as smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way. And was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off? This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bond, the manager. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened. They really should, like, get more people to work here. So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers. Yep, seems they can only be switched on manually, and only from here, only from there. Wouldn't want the art getting soaked for no reason, I guess. And if it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first. The security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. And one more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wind, it's the deep midwinter wind. So the autumn wind is cold too? I checked the temperature, it's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the autumn wind being kept at the same temperature as the winter wind? That's about all I got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Bombshell.
April 2nd, 11:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. What did Gummy have to say?
He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry.
I don't get it.
I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out there. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves.
Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime?
Oh yeah, there is one guy, Miles' best bud.
He's what?
If we have to, and I guess we have to.
Wait, that's...
Yay! Didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh-faced as ever.
Yeah, long time no see, Larry, right?
So here's the deal, okay? I'm Loris right now.
You see, I'm also a bit of an artist. Ah, so it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Loris.
I always knew you were a nice, touchful kid. Unlike some people. Fuck you. I have some questions for you, Larry. What? How am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy, that doesn't mean I did the crime. I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did anyway. Whoa, Chief, you didn't sound too sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I'd better find out what he did this time.
Mental chess?
Mental chess. Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However, I didn't see anything, I didn't do anything that you can't prove otherwise. It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to bide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge, so let's get this over with. Mind chess. Why exactly did you come to the gallery today? What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in the gallery or something? Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portrait. And when I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. Uh-huh. I'm joking, okay? I'd never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. According to you, perhaps, I imagine I might struggle to agree. Oh, laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work.
She's called Lulu, okay? And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all.
And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone?
What? A guy can be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know?
Just admit it. Admit that your testimony is riddled with inconsistencies.
Oh, goddammit, really?
What do you mean, Edgy? Why do you always gotta say stuff like that? I didn't think it would upset you so badly. Guess I should watch what I say. Ow!
Do I really just have to, like, bide my time 5 fucking times? Fine, Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? She thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on our date.
And I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch.
Not so much this time, actually.
But you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she might kinda like it. How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend, Lulu.
What? How did you figure all that out?
Larry, you told me.
From your incessant prattling. You just can't help yourself, can you?
Fine, then I won't say another word. Larry may want to keep his mouth shut, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. We'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here.
What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was where. I just kinda hung around by the fountain.
What gives, Edgy? If you don't have anything to ask, let me get back to my sketching.
Wait!
I guess I ignore him and he's blathering for too long.
God damn it!
I hate you, Larry. You're a pain in my butt. You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk?
You mean entry is not free to get in here?
You mean to tell me that you enter without paying?
I'm sorry, okay? I wasn't deliberate. There just wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. So I thought entry must be free.
You're saying Miss Brown wasn't at the reception desk at the time?
Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite.
Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. And right after, she finally got the place open for business too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction, and it's gonna be ruined now. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? Oh, how did you get me again? Fine, you're right, I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing, I won't deny it. Nor is not one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. Larry, be honest, did you enter the Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicious I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... You tried to get in, but you couldn't? Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but the old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking. So you were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you. Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door and then down he went. But wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of? If that stupid poison gas thing had never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the Autumn Wing and Winter Wing mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. What do you see in the Winter Wing, Larry? You don't let up, do you? I told you, didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kinda changed my mind once I got here. Thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead. I think it's time to deploy my clue. Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, don't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. Well, I did not see something. But that doesn't prove that I did see something totally terrifying either, does it? Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Boss, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying. How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine, I guess there's no point trying to keep it a secret any longer. I'm not sure there's much point in trying to keep any secrets given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. Mind chess. I couldn't help staring at the Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it.
Objection!
You keep talking about a Gemini statue, but there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a god statue or something? Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows what Larry was really looking at. The pamphlet.
Take that!
Take a look at this pamphlet. The Autumn Wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Yeah, but there's one little issue. If this... Like, I want to point out that if this is the direction in which they're going, if they're going clockwise, which is usually how it's done, the wings, the Autumn and Winter Wings, are in fact misplaced. Like, it should be spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and instead it's spring, summer, winter, and autumn if we go clockwise. Like is here in the pamphlet. See what I mean? Like it's incorrect, this with the other one. So at some point, they interchange, like they exchanged the winter wing and the autumn wing, and that's why we couldn't enter the autumn wing. Because the stuff in the autumn wing is clearly the same stuff as the winter wing. Now the question is, why? Not only that, but yeah, okay, yeah, I read that. Sorry. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. I guess that makes sense. Why is he not more surprised by that? It is pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the two people, they look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff? You're interested in it, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly? I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not that confident in my work, so well, I wanna see it. Really? Alright, here. He's so happy. What on earth? It's grotesque. You're trying to tell me that the statue was crying tears of blood? I have to say, Loris, it's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad I screamed out loud. But he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean? Why do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish. That's what I meant. A goddess with a fishy bottom. Sounds like Pisces to me. I heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape somebody. Wow, really? I thought Pisces was just playing fish. Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish. That's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Aw, look at you, tucking it carefully into your organizer. I simply thought it might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. You're the worst, Edgy, the worst! Kinda freaky deaky though, huh? A statue with a bottom half that changed shape. I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the autumn wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be something of... some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Hmm? Yes, Edward speaking. I'm just about done here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the autumn wing. Hey, good. Detective sure has impeccable timing. Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see the spicy statue. You're going in there, Kay? Then maybe I should come along too. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright, everyone, to the autumn wing. Here we are at last, and it really does look a lot like the winter wing. Glad you couldn't make it. Hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. No! For the last time, the name is Loris Duxnim. Detective, your report if you don't mind. Yes, sir! Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle is still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently. Was somebody using it to hit something? Was the step ladder already like that when you entered? Yeah, I guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until someone opened the lid. Is that so? The Pisces statue. Huh? You're sure up on your constellation, sir? You know what the one in the other case is, too? This is the autumn wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. There's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that's wrapped around it kinda tripped me up. Isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from back when? What's that doing here? Now we have evidence of the IS-7 incident, from the IS-7 incident too. Taking a look around. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases too.
Yeah, and that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad.
Sure, let me whip them all right off for ya.
Whoa, they're beautiful. That's Aries and Aquarius. So the transformation Larry witnessed would have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue's lower half fell away.
See, Edgy? See? I wasn't imagining things and I wasn't mistaken. Ugh. Listen, Mouser. I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the Winter Wing.
Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in just such a way as to make them look similar. With a cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statues look almost the same.
Neither for Capricorn covering his bottom half up, and he looks pretty much like Taurus.
Which makes no sense because like Capricorn, it's not a bull, like it's not a half bull, half fish. It's like a specific kind of what's the word? Like goat? It's a kind of goat, so it shouldn't look that similar.
The other two can be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer.
So somebody went to some lengths to disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing.
I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here, wouldn't you, Fender?
Who is it? God fucking damn it! No! Out! Both of you, out! I don't know. No, I don't want you here. No, leave. Leave right the fuck now. No. No. Leave. Leave. I don't want you here. I don't want you here. Fuck you guys. I'm so angry.
Mr. Winner and Judge Gavel.
What the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear?
Mr. Edward, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the Goddess of Justice will have me judge you. You got it all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edward to help, not the other way around.
It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot.
Oh, you mean?
Exactly, your salary check is taking a hit. But you're looking forward to payday now. I always wanted to say that.
Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people. This is more humiliating. Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and a bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right here. You are a liar and a scoundrel.
He is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead?
That's not what I'm saying at all. Not that it would hurt. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edward and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed ground of this scene.
What? But we only just got here. We didn't even get to touch anything.
The Goddess of Justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace and Eustace alone. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right here. You are a liar and a scoundrel.
He is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead?
Not that it would hurt. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edward and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed ground of this scene.
What? But we only just got here. We didn't even get to touch anything.
The Goddess of Justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace and Eustace alone. By which you mean, this is Mr. Winner's case.
That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything.
What do you say? A suspect already? Who?
Who else but your artist friend over there?
Huh? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works.
I'm surprising that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset.
Lack the attitude? Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase.
Well put, Eustace.
Mr. Edward does indeed lack a certain aptitude.
Yeah, exactly. Where's your aptitude, smart guy?
Well, he's totally shameless.
Underestimate my information gathering skill at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from.
And where might that have been?
It was this chemical you find anywhere. Can't think of the name just now, though. Wait there a second, let me just call him real quick.
Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone.
Why let him make the call if you know the answer?
The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubicium and asphyxian. Those are the fakest, like, names ever, and the funniest. Like, ubicium. Something that is ubiquitous. I think that's the word in English. I never remember how you have to translate it, but basically something that is everywhere. Asphyxian, something that asphyxiates. I get it.
What kind of chemicals are they?
Ubicium is a red liquid used in all manners of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it is entirely benign. So it's something anyone could get their hands on. Precisely, but the same cannot be said for asphyxian.
That does sound nasty. What is it used for?
It is a main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from. Poison gas.
I'm back, and I know the name of the chemical now.
Don't waste your breath. Judge Cabell informed us already.
Huh? Great. That'll make this quicker, I guess. So the source of the gas, ubicium, is used in paints and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist.
You can't accuse me just because of that! Yeah, like, what if someone brought dishwasher that just happened to have ubicium? This is the dumbest... I hate this kid! He makes me upset!
Objection to the paints on the palette on your hand.
Edgy, is this kid okay? He seems a little, Indeed, I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jump into the wrong conclusions.
Hey! Quit talking about me like I'm not even here!
Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you and nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions?
Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a lot of these losers.
I'm going to kick his ass. I'm going to commit acts of violence against him.
Our friend the artist here won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubicium, which, as we know, is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person, and he was one winning stride away from the victim. Which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. Right, Cabell, you think so too, right?
It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. That is Gabel's polite way of saying, this is stupid, but I have no other option than to tell you that you're right, I feel. Because, like, as a human being, I don't think anyone would have patience for this little kid. Like, this motherfucker is a pain in the fucking ass. So, I have the sincere, honest-to-goodness belief that she's just going along with the flow at this point. To screw with me, but she's going along with the flow. Well, would the artist like to share his version of the events? Do you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister, the catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps.
Think I might have left my heart there, you know, and you might have picked it up.
I would be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict.
Objection!
Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling! You can't run away from the fact that my reason is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl on out of here with your tails between your legs because I win.
I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice. Idiot. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, but explain how he got the other one.
Objection!
Explain how he got Asphyxian then. Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence.
So you agree that I deserve a prize?
What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces.
It did, and it was created by the artist guy. With the red paint that we know is full of Ubiquium.
Allow me to offer you a bit of advice, one prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when Ubiquium is mixed with another substance, Asphyxian. Paint containing Ubiquium alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. It's paint, you idiot.
It wouldn't. I thought they said that the guy was asphyxiated with Ubiquium.
So you're telling me all this was based on a mishearing of the forensics report?
Yeah.
The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about.
My aptitude? What does that even mean?
You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. An attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely.
I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again.
What I am doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation. You're a child, and a dumb one at that.
Overruled.
Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements.
And what flaws might those be?
Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the Autumn Wing.
That's...
And secondly, that you cannot prove the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red Ubiquium with white Asphyxian. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else. Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble. We are not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help.
Are you saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you.
I can certainly point you toward a vital clue as to how it was done. He's bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him.
It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner.
If you are sure. Gavel, internally, this child is gonna get in so much shit.
Come on, then. Show me what you got. What shows how the gas was created, huh?
Well, I would assume the Pisces statue sketch.
Take that!
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas?
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing.
Well, they do say I have a good eye.
The red tears, Mr. Butts, so that was the Ubiquium.
What? Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit is some kind of evil spirit?
How much time am I gonna have to waste talking? God,
honestly, talking him through this step by step
also works, but like taking him through this by step by step. Like you talk someone through something, you take someone through something. I don't know why. Talking seems more natural as a... for this sentence, anyway. The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have mixed with something else inside the case. What? And what evidence do you have that that's what happened? The evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. I need to point out the part that shows that the two liquids had mixed together. Here, this, stop here.
Take that!
That is clearly pink. That happens when white and red get mixed, supposedly. Depends. Depends. With light, is different. Light doesn't work like that. With tinctures, it depends on the type of tincture. Digitally, it also doesn't work like it's light related, so obviously it's not like that. Colors are complicated. Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces Sarge's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemical please, mouth, work. I'm begging you. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed. Wait, I don't get it. How does that prove that some oblivion mixed with some asphyxian? We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix reds with white? Don't treat me like a dum-dum, Edgy. I didn't graduate from junior high, you know? Any idiot knows that red and white make pink. I mean, there's variants. You got your rosy pinks and your baby pinks. That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner? Oh, I think I do. A bikini is red, a fixin' is white, mix the two together. And you get pink, that's what the pink liquid is. Yes, very good. We got there in the end. Yes! Interesting. I think you finally convinced him. Mr. Edward, you have raised a possibility, nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. Gabel, do you want me to kill you? Like, do you want me to kill you, Gabel? Because you're asking for it. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt because, like, having to deal with this child on a regular basis sounds like hell. But do you want me to kill you? And besides, the sketch you are attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity? Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth. Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion. Oof! She's a cool one, but I like it. You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction. It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edward. Especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you are able to, there is little more to discuss. Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that? Mr. Gusto, he is still unconscious and in critical condition. Is? Oh. Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you would be so kind as to leave him in peace. Who holded it? Larry. For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. Gabel, bad news. That already happened like 3 times. Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist? If you could use all that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen. I am Justice Veritive Gabel, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets. Oh, finally she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Loris Duxnim, but you can call me Loris. If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Duxnim. Oh yeah, sorry, just there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I tried to open it and then the old guy came tumbling out. It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Well, as it happens, I can back our pal here up on that. What? Yeah, we tried to come in here too, but it was just like the guy said, it was locked up tight. And that's so, Milizarino. It is. I distinctly remember how it went. The Winterwing, Winterwing. Huh, I don't believe it, it's locked. The gallery is open for biz, but the Winter Wonderwing's off limits. What gives? Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside. And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time?
Objection!
The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas? Search him for a gas mask if you like, I doubt you'll find one. I see. Then I suppose we'll have to take you at your collective word. That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Cavell, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again Mr. Winner's deductions have fallen short of the mark? What are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. You can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions. Yes, I can. You know it's not good for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well. Then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Duxnim, you may step down from the stand.
Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please.
Overruled.
Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mush. I love it.
Who exactly is this next suspect? The pharmacist Alicia Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra, but someone in her line of work would surely have a better idea where such a thing might be acquired. The Herbie calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I'm sure.
My winning? Of course, Abel. Let's go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay?
Sure. I hate this child. Is it possible? Could Judge Gavel have suspected Miss Scone from the start?
Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winner like she usually does, huh?
What exactly is your angle here, Judge Gavel?
We continue.
April 2nd, 12:05 p.m. Zodiac Hall. Autumn.
They sure are taking their time. I thought it was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. Ha! Sorry to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I won the race to find Alicia Scone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Alicia Scone, purveyor of the most wonderful wares a pharmacist can offer your service. Alicia to my pal, and even Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. Alright, Winnie Pooh. Whatever you say, it's lovely to meet you, dearie.
So much for call me the winner.
Oh, have we met before, young man?
Get a load of this, Alicia. That's Miles Edward, Gregory's son.
Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mousy Smiles.
If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do.
Greggy Peglet's boy, and all grown up too. Makes me feel my age, why don't you?
I wonder just how old she is. Excellent question. Has her profile changed? No. I don't trust like that. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for a pharmacist. Oh yeah! What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone?
Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's going to stop me visiting her now.
I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack.
I didn't do much really, just wipe up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Ah, yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can put together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. We were much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to the hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, it's up to him.
I don't trust like that. Like, you're telling me that a very specific poison was used, a pharmacist who knew how to make the antidote was there, and they have everything they needed to make the antidote in there. Like, this is staged. Every part of this is staged. Like, 100% staged.
And do you know the victim is delicious? Ah, yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure. Ah, yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they say.
Oh, so the old dog really went to Shangfa and up his game, just like he said he would. Perhaps we could proceed to the matter at hand. Miss Cone, are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra?
Of course, dear. Use it to get rid of you-know-what. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops.
May I ask what you mean by you-know-what?
The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like you, truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them.
Oh, I get it, those.
Rats? Cockroaches? Mice?
Thank you, Miss Cone. One more question if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxium and novicium are combined?
Oh, yes. Right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions, do not mix with products containing novicium. It's because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. And poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical asset.
She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist.
Noviciums are fully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxium is more watery and it's white in color.
That will do, thank you. You are clearly very informed, Miss Cone.
As well I should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to.
Yes, Miss Cone, very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange, I thought she suspected Miss Cone. Something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind.
What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report?
Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case opened from the top. That's rather unusual. And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. Damn near got my hand stuck to it.
Well, lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case?
Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of Vicium.
Aha! Now we're talking. That's odd. If there was a Vicium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So how did things wind up as they are now?
I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Thief might.
You guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth.
Before you get too carried away, the Goddess of Justice has no need of your help. We'll find the truth ourselves. Yo, why so frosty, Joshi? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh, wait, don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out. I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation. You heard the lady, Smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let off that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas? Well, the only person who was inside, arguably.
Take that!
The victim, Carmelo Augusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case. Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well, I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed. Immediately. Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why.
Alright, Mr. Edward, tell me what you want to see.
Let's use the data we collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off.
On it. Don't scare me like that.
So this is what you were talking about, your Mr. Thief. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of Oblivion frozen on the underside of the top bar of the case.
Yeah, which is what's keeping the lid on real tight.
The actual gas lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went down to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? And do we have any idea of how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't look like the other face inside of the glass suffered any damage. I see, so we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner face inside. And we also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way or its outer facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold. Makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir.
Cracks made me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead.
It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. God. Ah, well, I appreciate the science lesson, but why is all heat cracked in the first place? Why, indeed, a heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen Nubiquium. You look like the cat that got the cream, Milazarino. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case.
What? But you didn't give me a chance to figure it out first.
It would have been quite the wait.
Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edward. I want answers.
How did Mr. Gusto open the case? Oh, right, the blowtorch. The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack.
A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen Nubiquium so he could open the lid.
Indeed.
Yeah, you beat me to the answer by a second. But we'll see who wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. Nuh-uh, it was Edward making things hard to understand.
Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winner can follow along?
Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes.
Mr. Gusto was alone in the Autumn Wing, and while he was in here, he used his blowtorch to melt the frozen Nubicium on the underside of the lid.
Uh-huh, and?
As the Nubicium melted, it mixed with the asphyxiant that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room, where he collapsed.
So he opened the case, and out came the gas, huh?
It seems we got there in the end. But why the heck? What the heck a doodle do? Did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. To check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. You remember, right? I thought it was where the winter wing was when we first got here.
Could you too, did it, my little 80 lumpkin? I was ever so confused. What would it be where Chili Wink's room was all those years ago? That's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Wouldn't have be all this, wouldn't be all that 6s and 7s, eh?
Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose.
Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer.
The answer to what exactly?
The man was going to end it all. A dramatic exit stage left sort of artsy-fartsy farewell.
I'm going to kill this child.
Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly how it was going on.
Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Stas. Winner's prerogative.
Winners! Sure, thanks, Bill.
Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edward and his friends?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot.
What is it now?
I took the liberty of investigating on friendly pink pharmacies here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me. That's nothing to brag about, you know. Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now. Yeah. I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. How could you say that?
I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Cone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you use your expertise to try to take one.
I beg your pudding! How dare you! I didn't know such thing!
Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner?
You bet I can. Get a load of this! This is Miss Delicious Pharmacy's license. And it says it right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra. A product that we have established contains asphyxion, one of the ingredients of our poison gas. Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is an ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is all just a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
And that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. We know that you and Miss Bounds took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, hmm? No!
There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Cone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap.
No, dear Lethan, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me.
Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Cone.
I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it.
What is she looking for?
Not it. Ah, that's not it.
That cloth looks familiar.
Ah, here we go. I knew it. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look.
And what is this?
There's something written on it, I think.
April 1st, complaint file, offense, theft, item stolen, Insecticide Ultra, 1 bottle. It's a crime report related to a theft.
Ah, what? See, you silly billies, I told you somebody pinched it off me a week ago, no less.
By which you mean to say it was not in your possession at any point today.
That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case you know. And I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but, well, I forgot my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff.
I see, but why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you?
Like I said, just in case, you never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice, clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack. One and done. Cabell, what do I do now?
Of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Cohn's story, after all. She may be lying to us.
Good idea. All right, I'm gonna go give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere.
So Miss Cohn might not be guilty after all. Indeed, if she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So who do you think did it, Miles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior and the time and the means to prepare. The factors which point to one very specific person. Oh yeah, and who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room to look like the other? Well, the owner of the place.
Take that!
Clearly. Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange, it's like he already knew. But I shouldn't, Milazarino. I might have to take the associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for.
I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged, which means we may have been a little hasty with with some of our conclusions, team. Huh, you mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No, I mean, we're only just getting started.
Ah, then what's our next move?
Well, first we need to go talk to Miss Bound.
And then?
And then I'll think about what to do after that.
Eustace? Mr. Gustav's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly.
Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Good, go investigate the Winter Wing.
Yes, sir.
Cabell, we're going to talk to Miss Bound.
Very good, Eustace. We'll join you if you don't mind. April 2nd, 1:35 p.m., Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. I hate being surrounded by these idiots.
Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves?
Sure, but I thought why not let the grunts handle the groundwork, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for the report. A winning strategy. You spoiled little...
He's so exhausting. I need a break.
Me too, Kay. Me too.
Huh, there's something in the fountain. It's a body!
What on earth? Order! Order in the court! Somebody call forensics! Bad news here! Real bad news! order! I will have order, detective. The ice sculptures in the winter wing. They all melted. What? Dean? Huh? Stay? What is the meaning of this? Now we have two victims. Well, one is still alive, the other is clearly dead. Ish, talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice melted again. Again?
Again?
This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before, I'll say it again. This is no coinky dink. You're with me, right, Milasarino? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alright then. Time for another trip down memory lane.
No! The flashback tunnel! We're getting put in the flashback tunnel now. Nah.
I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. And that it's been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest, and one of the participants no less, Artie Frost. They blew his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicious Stone had made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away.
18 years ago. December 24, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue. Fountain room. Hydration.
All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out! Von Karma's a total jerk. No, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. But what if somebody's innocent and ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in such situations, to be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless. Now, we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. You're right, Miss E. I'm sorry. I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise. Just wait until I eat this piece of paper.
Mr. Edward, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please by all means.
Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound.
Ooh, chocolates! Tangaroa's favorite, handmade by Bound. Rather misshapen, but an incredibly sweet.
Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little too uniquely shaped.
I'm sorry if they're not to your taste.
No way, they're great. They're so sweet.
You're very kind. Imagine me of all people, a mediocre confectioner. What? You mean you made these yourself? Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. although he does spend most of his time coaching me on how to improve my technique.
Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy.
Getting to eat homemade sweet made by the one and only Judy Brown whenever he wants sounds amazing. I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Brown.
Of course. What right would I have to stay here otherwise?
What do you mean by that?
I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tangaroa took me in. That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. Wait, how old are you right now?
Oh, she's 16, and he's 39. So that's...
He was 23. He saved my life and became the father I never had.
I don't know, girl. The fact that you call him by his last name makes me feel like he basically got him a servant. So, I don't know. The vibes here don't feel good.
I can never repay him, so my work for him is the least I can do. And I'll be here for him for as long as he needs me.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself.
Damn, Gregory! And to think today is Christmas Eve. And I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything! Please, if there's anything I can do to help, just say it.
She did it, didn't she?
Like, she's the one who did it, didn't she?
Like she's the guilty party here, right? Right? Like the vibe here is very much that she's the guilty party in this situation right now. Not to be judgmental or anything, just... We're very grateful, Miss Brown. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Do you know the victim?
Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final.
My, they're stunning.
Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavor ice? Samsung adored them too.
Hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations on the zodiac, Eddie. I love it. The stories of stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the... Hold on. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Oh, did Mr. Frog forget to add them, maybe?
That doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do.
Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well.
Oh, well, he didn't seem like the type.
It seems she's got something to hide too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Brown?
Yes, I use this Eton camera here. It develops a picture as soon as you take them. It's so useful.
Ooh, I'd love to see it in action.
Then why don't I take your picture?
Yes, come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot of the both of us. Well, alright then. It would be a shame to waste a good hair day.
Ready, say cheese! There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much! Such a cool camera!
Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame.
So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroa used the same camera during the contest?
Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape, and later to take some photos of the other contestants' works.
But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Ah yes, Samson wanted pictures of all the entrance completed rooms. but the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to put in a new cartridge. It seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
But has he really, though?
I went to our living area to change the film and was back passing through the fountain room on my way back when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Sansom's room. Samson, are you in here? Mr. Frost's body was just laying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since.
I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera and this picture, Miss Bound.
Of course, here you go.
Thank you.
Instant camera added to the call record. Yay!
Your photo. Detective Bad, Miss Cone, are you done investigating?
They're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me not to clear off. Honestly, that mannequins will be the end of me. That stick of him.
Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run you off to Detective Bad? Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can do things his way with me around. That motherfucker! Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost's room. What about? About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room?
That's right, and I have to say he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's candidate number one at the moment, as the guy who melted Frost's work. Is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours. Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us? Do I gotta spell it to you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out, and I don't trust that bitch Von Karma one bit. He seems like the kind of guy who would screw me for the rest of my life. And then other people as well. Don't let him close to your children. He seems like the kind of guy who would traumatize them. Detective! Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma would be happy about this. Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. Do I look like I would be? If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. And let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. No, can I? Mr. Edward. Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Whoa! I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E.
Well, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're all going on about, but here's to new friends, eh?
It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at that photograph.
Look at this photograph.
Here. This is what Frost's room looks like right now. Yikes! There's nothing left of his flavored ice sculpture but puddles. The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I assume that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this. Yeah, once that was out of the socket, the display cases lost power, and up the temperature went. It looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? Nope, still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste.
You can say that again. I should have taken a few more bites out of them while I had the chance.
So they tasted good. Oh god damn it! I thought it was bad. So they tasted good.
Did they ever? I've never tried ice so scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable.
The salty bit?
It's in the other photo you got there. This bit, the harpy thing.
Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them?
I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I tell you, it was all horrible and salty.
It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. And could somebody other than Miss Cone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Do you notice anything else, Miss Cone?
Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chillywink's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There you go. Yes, it looked just like that.
It's almost like a signature of something. Wait!
I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that art without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound, but are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well?
What? No, I barely knew him, I swear.
Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude toward his work.
No, I just, the sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think he'd miss something so important.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that.
Well, what made you say that?
I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions, and it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence.
Well, I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. So what are these 2 pieces of evidence of yours?
Which 2 items point to Mr. Frost? This is the first. The seal.
Take that!
And now the second. Wait, I know that. Except for the light we were salty. No, it has to be the teapot. Like, it either is the thing that she just said, or the teapot, and it's probably just a teapot. Miss Cone found the 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's eye sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work.
I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chillywink's statues had the letters PH carved in them, plain as day.
PH? Shouldn't it be AF? Shouldn't it be AF? You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket, and when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark. We have already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Halik. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware, correct, Miss Bound?
Well, yes, I know that he always marked his works with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his.
You mean Paul Halik was... That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was in fact... a famed sculptor. Mr. Frost was in fact none other than famed sculptor Paul Halik. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halik were the same person. It's not like the marks had to copy though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. Alright. I'll have the boys look into it.
I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edward.
So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was.
I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Halik. Imagine, his entries in a confectionery contents were his final legacy, a great man like that.
And be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point?
What? Why are you asking me that?
The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken.
Oh, I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging, and that you had changed the and that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's so you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body.
I suppose so.
This suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film, one of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise.
You do?
Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Vaughn only took 2 pictures? Has 20 exposure, but there are only 3 remaining.
Take that!
Well, the camera itself.
The camera.
You gave the picture of the body to the police and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edward too. 3 photographs in total, and yet the film coverage in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining, out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of.
I'll
need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to.
I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you.
Yeah, no shit. These are all shots of Frost's room.
I'm so sorry.
Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me it was you.
It was. At least I'm pretty sure it was.
You are? Why?
Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Halik's work, as you know. I was petrified that it might be ruined, what with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity.
And how did that make them melt?
I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing.
By mistake? Are you sure?
I didn't notice it at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces?
That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. But I'm in no position... But I'm not in a position to refute it either.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Please don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What is there? No hard feelings to be found.
Thank you.
Mr. Edward, picture's yours. Hope it helps. God fucking damn it, Mahama. Are you infernal nuisance still here? Don't you know when to give up? Linger for as long as you like, the answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation. Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. It seems you don't know when to shut up either, but I commend you on your stubbornness.
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting.
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry, and to you, Mr. Gusto.
No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was. Silence! You're not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Beauty bound, you're coming with me. I've reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused Samson Tarangoa.
No, I
will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order.
I understand.
Wait, please, I'm not done questioning her myself. And you think I care because... Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine with me.
Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins.
It took literally everyone with him. Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It is rather late. I hope the snow has lit up. You're right, home time.
It gives my stomach is in agreement too.
Alright, let's go grab a burger. Before my own stomach start grumbling too. Oh god! It is just like Phoenix. Miles literally is, in fact, emotionally attached to a man who reminds him of his dad. Freud keeps getting away with it. Sounds good to me. Let's sit up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa. I cannot believe it.
Wait, really? That's all of the flashback?
That's a very pathetic flashback. But thankfully, it's good because we're 15 minutes over time, so we're gonna finish for today. We did stuff. Stuff happened. Like, a lot of it. And I hated it for the most part.
Why does that child have to be here all the goddamn fucking time?
Ugh. He's gonna be the death of me, that Wiener kid. He's gonna be the death of me. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow we're, I don't know. I have a lot of demos that I haven't tried yet. I could play something else. I have to think about it. I have to emotionally sit down and consider what I would like to do. So I'll think about it, but it's something else. Other than that, well, Monday we continue with this. So that about it, really. Again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. A good end to your, well, a good continuing of your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for something different, which hopefully will not have teenagers who make me want to kill myself. I am so tired of that Wiener kid. He's gonna cause me an aneurysm at this point. I just move on with my life. I don't want him to be here. Well, bye everyone.